saying it's preparing. So we'll
It's
give it,
working now, Karen.
there we go. Thank you so much, Anna.
Yep.
Okay. So I will share my screen again. All right. All right, you should have controls of the screen now. So if you want to go ahead and try to move your cursor around, it looks like you have controls. Just a reminder, we have 20 minutes for the presentation, and then we have 10 minutes set aside at the end for advisory committee comments and feedback. I'll go ahead and keep track of time, and I'll hand it over to you. Good luck.
All right, thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Thanks so much for the opportunity to present this wetland acquisition project on behalf of myself, my fellow presenter, Julie Vanderwall, and some of our other project partners. All right, so just a quick note as we begin, all of the photos you're going to see in this presentation are from the Bonaparte Meadows site, excluding a few indoor photos that are from actual campaign events. So let's see, there we go. To give us a little orientation, come on now, there we go. The site is located about 23 driving miles northeast of Tonasket, Washington, in the Okanagan Highlands region, here close to the tiny town of Wakanda. Okanagan Land Trust will acquire about 765 acres in total, of which 265 acres encompasses a rare peat wetland meadow, including 3 miles of Bonaparte Creek that wind through the site. And we have about 500 acres of conifer forested uplands. This wetland is not just any wetland, however, it is a calcareous fen, one of the rarest wetland habitat types in Washington state and among the rarest in the United States. It supports 12 species with special status that we know about, and its benefits include habitat and biodiversity, water storage, carbon sequestration, and the restoration potential of the site, which has large intact areas, but has also been impacted by a history of peat extraction. Okanagan Land Trust holds an option agreement through July 31st of 2026, and will use private donations and bridge funding from Craft 3 to purchase the land initially, with a total project cost of about $3 million.
There's a hand up. Should we take that?
Ooh.
Yeah, can you can you make the full screen? Because it's only like a portion of it. And could you please move forward to the mic? I have my volume on full and I can barely hear you. So
Oh. I'm not sure I'm in control of making
Yeah,
the
let me
full screen.
give that a try here.
like it's sharing the entire screen, not just the presentation.
Oh, I see what you mean. Let me come over.
Aaron, I think that is because the slides are not set up in landscape. If they were in landscape format, then you would be able to fill up the whole thing, but I don't think you're able to do it when it's not in landscape.
Okay, let me try restarting the presentation here and see if that doesn't help a bit. Thanks for that, Kim. So here, let's put it into show mode. There we go. How does that look?
That looks great. Thanks.
Fantastic. All right. And I will navigate. If you want to let me know what slide that you were on, I can navigate there.
2 more slides forward. And then Greg, I'm not sure, is my volume still really low?
It's pretty low, yeah.
I'm not sure what to do about that. I've got my volume all the way up.
I
If-
can
I
The
think if
audio is
it-
working on my end, just FYI. I can hear you just fine.
Okay.
Okay, great. All right, so you should have controls, so go ahead and give it a shot.
Okay, this
Can we
section is
back it
for release.
Can we back it up to the beginning of this section?
Which slide? What slide would that be?
One back.
Right there?
Okay. I believe so. So-
Okay. And go ahead and move your cursor around and gain those controls back. There we go.
Okay. Kate, are we on
Great.
slide 1 for this section?
I believe so, yeah. Mhm.
All right, so this site is very important in terms of landscape significance. Because it's such a large wetland for eastern Washington, there's a lot of water being stored on site. And that means that when we have rain events and snowmelt, we're able to capture that water and attenuate peak flows and also augment base flows to Bonaparte Creek, which flows through and out of this wetland and supports rainbow trout and steelhead. So those functions are very important for climate resilience, particularly as we move into the changes that we're seeing now in our basin. There's also a really important component of future restoration being possible after an acquisition. The water table has been lowered throughout the site intentionally to facilitate peat extraction. So by acquiring the site, we'll be able to restore those conditions and increase the climate resilience of the site through improved water storage and other functions associated with that. The biodiversity of the site is also important at the landscape scale. We have a lot of different plant and wildlife species, as you'll see on this site, which is important for landscape scale biodiversity. So this is an essential wetland to conserve, especially given the significant wetland loss that we're seeing across the US. Okay. The ecological role of the site is also very important. We know that freshwater wetlands are critical as habitats of greatest conservation need in Washington state to support those species of greatest conservation need that rely on freshwater wetlands. And that's what we're seeing at Bonaparte Meadows. So this site is showing up to be critical for stopover breeding and wintering habitat for a wide variety of bird species. We're seeing species being able to find the shelter, forage, water, and reproductive habitat that they need on this site. And then the rare wetland chemistry makes it important as well because we have species that can only thrive in the conditions that we find here with the mineral-rich water coming into the fen. Okay? How adequate is Bonaparte Meadows to support species of concern in Washington state? I think that story is best told through the species that we're finding on the site. For example, in the amphibian survey that we were able to do just last month, we found the Columbia spotted frog and western toad to be not only present, but also very abundant on the site. And we're going to look at that. But overall, the size, quality, plant cover, hydrology of this habitat is supporting the species because we're seeing them on the site. And we have 12 different species of plants and wildlife with special status on this site. And then the adjacent public lands around Bonaparte Meadows really increase the viability of the habitat and as well as the connectivity. Okay. So this is an example. This is our amphibian survey results so far. We've only surveyed part of the site. You'll see where those blue icons are. There has not been any surveying yet. So on this partial survey, we're seeing a lot of diversity. We're seeing 4 different amphibian species, the Pacific chorus frog and the salamander species, which will turn out to either be long-toed or tiger. We don't know yet based on the egg masses, but we hope to find out soon. This is an interactive map that you can check out later by clicking on the link. Let's advance the slide. And just a quick look at the data. If you look on the eggs column, in terms of abundance, we have 2 convergences of the Columbia spotted frog that are especially large, 110 and 195 egg masses. That represents a lot of eggs of this species of greatest conservation need reproducing on the site. Okay. So the importance of this acquisition, this is a distinctive geologic and hydrologic site. We know that we can protect it, we can restore it, but we can't recreate it. We only have a calcareous fen in a place where it naturally occurs over calcium rich bedrock and where we have groundwater flowing in and all of those conditions coming together. So this acquisition is critical to enable future restoration as well as the protection and to support the target wildlife species that we're seeing on site. Okay. Now, the species significance. This is a core part. This is why it's so important for us to protect this wetland. We found just in our 3 days of plant surveying last year, 152 different vascular plants and 13 non-vascular species. I'm sure we'll find more as we spend more time on this site. There's just so much to see. Our community members have identified over 100 bird species so far. We're about to do a bird inventory, so we'll be able to confirm which species are on the site. We found 7 plant indicators of calcareous fens, so we know that we have calcareous fen conditions on the site, given those plants being present in combination with the conditions that we're seeing on the ground. And then the mammals that are present on the site are also very diverse, from your elk and moose and bear, cougar, down to your muskrat and beaver, all different species in between. There's a tremendous amount of diversity on this site. Okay. Just wanted to flash this slide across to show how many different species of special status we have either confirmed on the site or we suspect on the site. So the bottom section is species and plant communities that we believe might be on the site that we're looking to confirm in the next year. And then the ones in the top half, the top section there are ones that are confirmed on the site or are listed on the PHS. Okay. I would like to highlight a few of the special plants that we found on the site that are confirmed. We have blue-eyed grass, which is specific to this region of the world and only grows in certain conditions. We have the Richardson's needlegrass, showing us that the upland habitat is also important, supporting rare plant species. And then in the wetland, we found the Symphotrichum boreal, the northern bog aster, not just on the site, but abundant on the site throughout all quadrants of the wetland. And there's even a 1/4 acre patch of it, which I've never seen. That's very abundant on this site. It's doing well, it's thriving. And then marsh arrowgrass or Triglocan palistris. We have other rare species as well, but these are some highlights. And these are species that rely on these conditions. And then the wildlife species, a few highlights. We have Barrow's goldeneye right now on the site. It looks like they may be breeding. We have Columbia spotted frog, which we know is reproducing on the site. We found western toads throughout the site, and they need a broad area to traverse. And so between this wetland and the upland forest surrounding, as well as the adjacent public lands, that's important for species like the western toad. And we have bald eagles nesting on the site right now, and the chicks have either just hatched or are about to hatch. So pretty exciting. Oh, and the cinnamon teal, also another species of greatest conservation needs. So 13, thank you, Michelle. So yeah, those photos just came in from a photographer who went out to photograph the Barrow's goldeneye for us. So yeah, there's additional species all the time. Our amphibian person heard a black crowned night heron. And so we're going to look to substantiate that sighting. It seems like the species of greatest conservation need are just growing by the day. So, okay. In terms of vulnerability, the species on this site are threatened by habitat loss, degradation, and fragmentation that would occur with development. And this is not just hypothetical development. The plan A for this site when it was purchased was that the landowner planned to put in a dam, create a lake, and build cabins around it, and then sell off a slice of the wetland to whoever wanted to be up here. And that was permitted at the time by the Army Corps. Thankfully, that didn't happen, but that was plan A. And right now we have this once in a lifetime opportunity to protect this habitat in perpetuity and to prevent that from ever happening. And so these are real threats that we can protect against by acquiring this land right now while we have this window of opportunity. Okay. And then let's speak for a moment about the ecosystem impact of this site. So given that it's a large peat wetland, there's been a tremendous amount of carbon fixation that's happened over millennia. So we have many feet of peat, 20+ feet, We're going to be substantiating those numbers, but Riggs shows us a lot of deep peat deposits. So we're looking at many thousands of years of taking carbon from the atmosphere and storing it in the ground. And with that, we're creating these peat soils that are now supporting abundant and diverse plant life. That plant life is now supporting the consumers that rely on plants to survive, as well as the secondary consumers that rely on those animals. So that whole trophic level of support is very important on this site. The biodiversity is also critical. We have a lot of different species thriving. As conditions change, that means that we have more resilience to that change. And then the nutrient cycling that's happening on this site. We have species that are coming in as part of their migration and stopping over on this site, bringing in energy from other regions and depositing the energy on this site, as well as moving along to other parts of the landscape. So that habitat connectivity is a critical part of the ecosystem impact of this site. Okay.
Okay, so as Julie was alluding to, the threats of development to the site are quite high, if not purchased and conserved. The proximity of this site to Bonaparte Lake, which is a very popular fishing and recreation destination in the county and is located immediately north of the wetland, does make it very likely that the property would be subdivided and sold in pieces, developed for residential and recreational opportunity. And if developed, the site's substantial ecological value would be permanently degraded. You can imagine all of the cabin and house building, road building that would fragment the habitat and introduce invasive species across the site. Protection will also remove the threat of future peat harvest and associated habitat degradation and lowering of the water table if regulatory conditions were to change. We have ongoing cattle grazing that would likely continue, which is common in this open range county. It impacts soil structure, plant communities, and water quality, and a conservation acquisition will stop this. And a final threat is simply the loss of the opportunity to engage in comprehensive restoration of the site. So once acquisition is secure, a collaborative restoration planning process involving all of the project partners will begin. Some of the initial goals that we know we have for that restoration process include slowing down water as it drains from the wetland and raising the water table in the fen to historic levels, excluding cattle, as I mentioned, and treatment of noxious weeds. And some of the additional goals that we'll be discussing and exploring through the restoration planning process include adding structural complexity in Bonaparte Creek and plantings of native plants as appropriate. A Department of Ecology grant, which is pending, restoration partner funds, and other grant sources will fund restoration planning and implementation. And I'm sorry, as in an oversight, we don't have a stewardship slide, so I'll just stay here for the moment. Long-term stewardship of the site will include management of invasives, maintenance of fence lines, and annual monitoring, including ongoing monitoring of the restoration actions and their impact, and of course, the management of public access and its impacts to the site. A stewardship fund to finance these activities long-term is built into our acquisition strategy. So as Julie has also highlighted, this property is bordered extensively by the Colville National Forest and by Washington DNR properties. As we've discussed, this offers connectivity for wildlife moving through existing protected lands. The abundance of water on the Bonaparte Meadows site contributes to habitat quality and climate and wildfire resilience on adjacent public lands. And that's actually a story you can really see. It's very visible when you're at the site due to the 2021 Walker Creek fire. And when we combine these two factors, species that depend on wetlands or aquatic habitats during portions of their life cycle can move freely between this property and adjacent public lands to meet their ecological requirements, increasing the public land's capacity to support those species. So Bonaparte Meadows is a Category 1 wetland and therefore has the highest levels of regulatory protection. In addition, local shoreline regulations, state DOE and WDFW oversight, and federal Clean Water Act regulations all apply. However, none of these protections would prevent building and development around the perimeter of the wetland, leading to fragmentation, increased human and livestock presence in a sensitive area, and more straws in the ground drawing water. So as far as livestock grazing, as we've alluded to, grazing will not be permitted on the site post-acquisition. We're exploring the possibility of using virtual fence to exclude them, but physical fence will be our backup option. Okay, so partnerships and engagement, we think this is one of the strongest aspects of the project. The involvement of Okanagan Land Trust and several other partners in this project began with outreach from neighbors, local naturalists, and other community members. This is an important site to the community. Fish and Wildlife Program staff from the Confederated Tribes of the Colville Reservation have been involved from the beginning, and in fact made the initial approach to the landowner. So involvement from the community and the tribe have really helped to steer the project towards acquisition and have contributed significantly to our team's understanding of the conservation values to be protected. And because of the strong community interest and support, we decided to fundraise as match to provide match for the grant funds, with to date over 175 community members having volunteered, donated, and or attended events in support of our campaign, which has raised over 50% of its $1.5 million goal to date. Oh, and there's more images of community support. So our partnerships, the core partnership group that is planning and implementing this acquisition include Okanagan Land Trust, Okanagan Conservation District, Trout Unlimited, and the Colville Tribes, in addition to Sparrow Song Consulting. We also have significant financial support from organizations like Okanagan Highlands Alliance and the North Central Washington Audubon Chapter, and letters of support for the project from WWRP and the U.S. Forest Service, demonstrating strong support from local land management agencies. So our approach to recreation will be to balance the public interest in developed recreation opportunities at this well-known and iconic site with the goals of habitat protection and improvement. Because the site is highly visible and accessible from Bonaparte Lake Road, managing and directing public access rather than excluding the public, we feel, is the right approach. We have immediate goals to be funded in part by the RCO grant funds, including birdwatching stations and signage, and guided walks and tours of the habitat and future restoration efforts. But future recreation possibilities that we'll be exploring in the process of developing our management plans for the site include hiking trails in the uplands and potentially around the wetland perimeter along existing tracks, though that will really depend on whether we determine that's compatible with habitat goals. A boardwalk trail over a portion of the wetland would really provide public access, sort of immediate access and visibility to the wetland ecosystem while minimizing impacts. And the site offers great opportunities for wheelchair accessible nature observation. One of the kind of high assets of the site for the purpose of recreation development is here in this inset. This is a 5-acre area that was formerly used for peat extraction and processing that has been already graded, compacted, and partially paved. It's an opportunity for parking, for informative signage, and a place to concentrate public presence and minimize impacts to more sensitive areas of the site. And again, the adjacency to Bonaparte Lake in a region with limited development recreational infrastructure increases the likelihood of the site being visited and enjoyed. And the Pacific Northwest Trail also passes within 1/10 of a mile of the northern boundary of the site. Okay, so we're going to keep resource use relatively limited. We do plan to invite access by Colville tribal members to exercise traditional hunting and fishing and gathering rights. And a forest management plan for the upland portion may include some limited timber harvest if compatible with habitat conservation goals. Research and education is another place where the potential of the site is very high. We do plan to engage local school districts in the restoration activities and to make the site available for future field trips and studies. Researchers and students from all over Washington have already been on the site and will continue to help guide restoration and management strategies through their research and their work on the site. And we do plan to create educational signage to inform and inspire the general public visiting the site. I'm going to speed through these remaining sections because we're running short on time. But this Okanagan Highlands landscape, of which Bonaparte Meadows is a part, is a really rich and scenic and much loved part of Okanagan County. Some of the adjoining or sort of nearby features of the landscape include Bonaparte Lake, Mount Bonaparte, Lost Lake, and Bethan Beaver Lakes. All of these are part of a shared geologic story, and expanding protection and access to this landscape as a whole is greatly desired by the local community. Again, I'm going to be a little bit quick here because I think Julie has covered some of these ecosystem services in depth. But the concentration of these services arising from the intersection of hydrology, geology, chemistry, and biodiversity on the site is striking. The wetland provides, again, those biodiversity benefits, the hydrologic benefits, and that natural climate solution element with the carbon sequestration through the process of peat formation, connectivity with public lands, and the acquisition of the property will allow for these processes to continue to operate at landscape scale, and restoration will increase and enhance all of these ecosystem services currently provided by the site. Okay, that's it.
All right. Kate, Julie, thank you so much. Apologies for not putting that presentation into presentation mode. So we went ahead and gave a little bit more time to make sure that you were able to get through that. So that was an error on my part. We'll go ahead and get started with, I'll go ahead and grab controls back.
Okay.
And we'll turn it over to the advisory committee members for comments and feedback. Joe, go right ahead.
Thanks for the sorry, excuse me. Thanks for the great presentation. Really appreciated that. Couple comments on the parcel map. I had it was a little bit difficult to look at the legend, so maybe if you could expand that a little bit. Also, I wasn't, because one of the parcels looked like that it might have been color red, and I'm pretty sure I know this isn't the case, but it was like, is that the parcel being, targeted for acquisition? Or was it all the ones with the parcel numbers, which I presume is the case? But all that to say, maybe make color code or do some way to more explicitly identify which parcels are being targeted for acquisition for this project, for this specific proposal. That would be very helpful. On the species table, kudos for under the source. You guys did a great job of including who observed which species on site. That was really helpful, and it just helps us see evidence of how you arrived at the conclusion that species X or habitat X was present. However, there was also in that source category, I think the intent as well is to have, if it's an SGCN, you want to cite the swap in the source column. So in some cases that was done, in other cases it wasn't. So maybe look at that. It's similar with PHS. So I would just review that to get consistency there. And then also, look at the heritage guidance for including data on the species table. I know the Betula glandulosa, Carex lazy carpa shrub fem was listed, and it was notified that it wasn't verified. But the intent really is, if it's not in the heritage database, that per the guidance, it's not to be in the table. So just look at that, and maybe it was there with the hopes that it might end up being in there in the next month. I don't know, but anyway, just wanted to point that out. Otherwise, thanks for the presentation. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Joe. Heather, go ahead. I'm sorry, I missed your hand. So we'll go with Heather and then Mary.
Thank you. Yeah, great presentation. I would echo some of what Joe said about having a species table that was more detailed with your sources. And I thought it was great that you did a species survey first and that you had documented the presence on site. So we know it's not just theoretical, that these species are actually there currently using the site. I thought you did an excellent job describing the real threats to this particularly fragile and rare habitat type. I had two questions on your the restoration and stewardship part with cattle exclusion. So it sounds like there's cattle in the surrounding areas and that they would need to be excluded from the site to protect the wetlands and ecology there. And you were pursuing potentially a virtual fence. If you don't get a chance to do a virtual fence, would you consider wildlife friendly fencing to make sure that the ungulates and and waterfowl aren't caught up in, conventional fencing. So that was a question. And also the noxious weeds, what's present? Is it how close it is to the wetlands? And what are your methods since you have amphibians there? I was just curious kind of where those noxious weeds are and what your methods of control plan to be.
So the great questions, and there's still a lot to be determined in terms of the details of the restoration, but the noxious weeds are very abundant in the peat extraction areas where the most disturbance has occurred. There's also a patch of reed canary grass further north toward the intact area of the wetland. So I've made some recommendations on noxious weed treatments to our team, but decisions haven't been made. But my preference with the reed canary grass is to use cardboard and wood chips to suppress it and then to plant native plants into that. And I've had really good success with establishing native plant communities over top of reed canary grass using that method. And we do have access via the 2-track on the west side of the wetland to be able to facilitate that kind of manual flipping of the plant community. But there's still a lot to be determined. So I don't know how much I should say. We're early in the process.
Well, thank you so much. That was very helpful.
Well, and just really quickly, given the importance of the site for habitat and connectivity, definitely we would implement the most wildlife friendly forms of physical fencing if virtual fencing isn't an option. So thanks for the question.
All right, and really quick to wrap up, we will go with Mary.
Good morning. Thank you, Kate and Julie. I just wanted to add that it would be, I think, more impactful early on if when you speak about how close Bonaparte Lake is to the property. I know you included it later in your presentation, but if you could also include a map early on, that would be, I think, more impactful to show the proximity of, the lake to the property.
Thank you, Mary. Go ahead with Nisha.
I have a couple of questions. One is also about the map. I'm in Tacoma, so I wasn't sure where the property is in position to the Washington state. So if there could be a map showing the whole state and under that showing exactly where the location is. And then I would love to see a map zoomed in that shows just the outline of the parcel to be acquired and also clearly labeled with all the lands around it labeled. So with one map, we can tell what is going to be acquired and what all the other lands around it are on all 4 sides. And then the questions I have is you mentioned that there might be potential for timber harvest. I would like to have that address, why you would like to have that. And what the benefit would be. And also you mentioned that you plan to raise the water level. And I would love to know how you plan to do it in your management plan. So those are my main questions. Thanks.
Great. Thank you so much, Misha. And if you just want to incorporate those into the final presentation for evaluation, that would be very helpful. Any last comments or feedback? All right, seeing none, thank you very much, both of you, for joining us, Julie and Kate. And we will go ahead and move on. Advisory Committee, that was our last critical habitat project. So if you want to go to your review and evaluation module, click on that little calendar. When you click on that calendar, that will take you back to the schedule, and make sure that you click on the urban wildlife grant category. And we will get started with those. So I am going to get everything started for urban wildlife habitat with our first project being the Coal Creek Lakemont acquisition by City of Bellevue. I will get this presentation going. And then do we have somebody from City of Bellevue? I have 3 people on my list. Who would I be transitioning controls over to?
Hi, good morning, Karen. This is Kimberly. If you could transfer control over to me,
that would be
Curtis
great.
can call with me also.
I can
do a quick mic test as well for me. Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Okay.
We got you, Curtis. We hear you. Great.
Could you hear me okay?
Yep, I can hear you as well. You guys sound great.
Thank you.
All right, so I'm going to share my screen here. Can you see that okay, Cam?
Yes.
Okay, great. I am going to hand controls over to you. If you want to go ahead and move your cursor around, I'll let you know when it shows up on this end. There we go. I can see you, and it looks like you can advance slides. And just a reminder, we have 20 minutes. I'll be keeping track, and then we'll have about 10 minutes for a wrap up. So I'll hand it over to you. Good luck.
Great, thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kim Bowie. I am with the City of Bellevue's Park and Community Services. And with me today is Curtis Kukal, who will be co-presenting with me. And this morning, we're presenting on an acquisition down at Coal Creek for the WWRP Urban Wildlife Habitat. Okay, so just to orient everyone, Bellevue is located in King County, just slightly east of Seattle on the east side of Lake Washington. We have 405 kind of running north and south and I-90 running east-west across the city. It is surrounded by Lake Washington on the west and Lake Sammamish on the east. Bellevue is the fifth largest city in the state with current population of approximately 158,000 and projected to continue to grow. 60% of the population in Bellevue is people of color, with 42% foreign born, and 45% do not speak English at home. So just some quick facts about Bellevue. And then the project location is located sort of in the south city limit of Bellevue, sitting between Coal Creek Natural Area that is operated by the City of Bellevue and King County's Cougar Mountain Wildland Park, which this area draws a lot of visitors all over Puget Sound just because of how much natural area and trails and recreation is available in this space closest to an urban area here. And this project is acquisition of 2 tax parcels, as you can see outlined in red here, approximately 12.2 acres of forested area, stream, and oilfield meadow. The goal of this acquisition is for conservation of existing natural area, preserving wildlife habitat, and expanding recreation such as trails. And with that, I will turn this over to my colleague Curtis Kukal, who is a City of Bellevue Park Ranger, to share some ecological and biological characteristics of the site. Curtis?
Thank you very much, Kim. So at a broad spatial scale, in South Bellevue, the 2 most important landscape features are Cougar Mountain Regional Wildland Park, which is owned and operated by King County, and then Coal Creek Natural Area, which is a City of Bellevue open space. Coal Creek Natural Area is the city's largest park site, and it's a major corridor that runs all the way from this large habitat area all the way to 405. From Coal Creek Natural Area along ravines and steep slopes, there are numerous smaller wildlife corridors that run north and south, as well as other critical areas that are forested that do not show up as green on a park, but are important for wildlife movement. Sitting in between those 2 features is this project site. Please go ahead and advance the slide. And we know that there's quite a lot of wildlife here. People don't often think of Bellevue as being bear country or cougar country, or really people think of downtown park or our more developed areas. But this is actually the best place in the entire city of Bellevue to observe bear and bobcats. So as a total happenstance, we happen to put have some game cameras that we put very close to this project acquisition area a few years ago to get videos for a presentation and social media. And in addition to the reports that we receive from residents about bear, we got tons of videos of bear transiting the area as well. And we could tell that there were multiple bear at any given time based on markings and size and presence of cubs and stuff like that. And then again, these wildlife camera trap images are all from the site or within about a quarter mile, except for the center one. So black-tailed deer, black-tailed deer and coyotes on the project area are extremely numerous. And definitely we found that they're using this place as a crossing point between those that large Cougar Mountain point and our other Coal Creek Natural Area property. Just tons and tons of deer and coyotes. The bobcats we've gotten several times within a quarter mile of that area. And the one that's most interesting to me actually is the center photo, which is a Townsend's chipmunk. It's downstream in Coal Creek Natural Area, about a mile from this program site. And Townsend's chipmunks are thought to be like pretty sensitive to fragmentation and younger habitat conditions and invasive species that we find in a lot of our Bellevue natural areas. They tend to be smaller, they tend to be younger forests. And this is the only Coal Creek Natural Area just downstream from there is the only location I've been able to get on our game cameras with this species. So it is a higher quality habitat on both sides of the road because of the large size and the interconnectedness. Please advance to the next slide. Yeah, so wildlife don't just cross where green meets green. They cross where natural features converge. So on the lip of steep slopes, along creeks, along topographical landforms, and where our green meets green hasn't traditionally been a great place for wildlife to cross. It's very steep. There is a essentially impassable culvert at the roadway there. Cars speed extremely fast on that blind corner. And the topography isn't great. Wildlife kind of like to walk where humans would like to walk too. They take the path of least resistance. And so the topography and the visibility of the project area is much better for wildlife to cross at than other locations. And the city also down at that corner has a capital improvement project to replace a culvert that will also allow for some wildlife crossing during low water flow periods, but it's being designed primarily as a fish permeable structure, and it will be pretty much totally impassable for the next year during construction. And there's also an extremely busy trailhead right there. So we kind of like this idea of having both of these as crossing points for wildlife because of those lands, kind of more microsite features. So the city has already, well, and by city, I mean me, but pretty much as soon as we got this, I went out there with clippers and removed fence strategically for wildlife to be able to cross. We had a mixture of previous fence types that included chain link fence, 3-strand barbed wire fence, as well as woven wire fence with just tons of invasive weeds growing in amongst those. Within pretty much a week, we got that so that wildlife could cross that. And last summer, the city removed all of the fence entirely, removed the invasive weeds that were stopping wildlife crossing, and put a much more friendly wildlife fence that can be transited very easily. We also selectively removed some orchard trees that were congregating deer within the right-of-way, right by that blind curve. We removed a pretty substantial infestation of Scotch broom that was impeding wildlife and was pretty much a wildfire hazard on the site as well. And like I said, this is a better topographical setting for wildlife to cross, better roadway conditions, and it's a good spot, and we know that they're using it. Let's go ahead and advance to the next slide. So The habitat kind of depends on where you are in the property. A main feature is a very steep ravine running through the site. On the northwest side of that is very healthy mixed forest. This would be, according to the city's flat analysis, in our category 1 forest type, which is very healthy conifer coverage and very low in, noxious weed infestation levels, and only about 2.5% of the city's natural area forests are in this category, which is so this is pretty rare for our urban forest here. The ravine has healthy native plants along the steep ravine hillside, and then there's opportunities for restoration along the creek with a blackberry infestation there. And then the more developed part of the property is where the farm and home site were and continue to be. There was some, appears to me to be either related to coal mining or bulldozed by the original owner, which created a red alder and blackberry thicket along basically a pile of fill, and Oldfield Meadow now, where there's tons of opportunities for recreation and restoration, especially on the south side of that Oldfield Meadow, which abut a critical area slope. So we have a lot of opportunities to establish native vegetation along the buffer of that critical area slope. As you saw on the previous slide, a lot of South Bellevue is very steep, very forested. There's a lot of trails running through it, but very little of it is flat and easily accessible by car, people with disabilities or lower mobility. So it's this site ranges from nothing is needed, extremely healthy forest, to a little bit of work is needed, to major restoration along that southern portion of the property. I'm going to go ahead and turn it back over to Kim. Thank you.
Thank you, Curtis. And one other thing I want to point out at this site is we do have more than 800 feet of stream kind of flowing through. This is fish-bearing stream. And how does this kind of come together is in the next slide, I'll kind of look at a bigger watershed of how this all comes together as this property. This is an overview of the Coal Creek watershed. You can see the project site noted here on some of these images. The Coal Creek watershed is critical to fish habitats in an urban space like City of Bellevue, just because we don't have a lot of areas for that's good for fish. During last summer's sampling at 2 Lower Coal Creek's survey locations, we have found cutthroat, longnose dance, lamprey, some cohos, and historically Coal Creek has supported spawning sockeye when the population was abundant in the area. The map in here with these red area has been where we observe the coho salmon spawning from 2011 to until now. And the purple dot you see in the middle here is where the Chinook salmon spawning location were observed recently. And in addition to all this observation, we've also partnered with Muckleshoot to do some release of coho salmons just to try to add to the population and see how they're doing. And this is the release location of the project site here. So I know it seems like the project site is sort of kind of far from where all the fish activities are. And because it's sitting up in the higher topography, it is a natural salmon barrier that it can't go upstream. However, acquisition of the site provide benefits to the habitat downstream due to a lot of the old Coal Creek area has mining tails along the stream bed that is easily could get flushed down with high water flow. So with acquisition, the project site prevents add impervious surface, stormwater outputs to development that increase stream flow, which brings sediment downstream, and added sediment and high stream flow combination could just wash away and bury salmon weeds down at this area. So there's no point of us adding to more release if we're not protecting the upper stream from kind of washing out all the salmon eggs downstream, right? So. And next is planning and community support. When the Parks and Community Services Department completed a survey as part of our 2022 Bellevue Parks and Open Space System Plan update, the result from our survey has shown that trails, whether paved, gravel, or through natural areas, were highly used by residents. While preserving natural areas on site, the property can offer added trail connections to existing system within Crow Creek and across to Cougar Mountain Wildland Park. And a lot of the surveys mentioned that, they do enjoy our residents enjoy coming out to experiencing nature and open space. Survey. Immediate threat. So what was the urgency of buying this property? For many years, the city have tried to acquire the property from the previous landowner, but was unsuccessful. They passed away and the family sold the property to a developer that planned to develop 35 homes. Just because how flat it is, it's so easily for developable use. So there was plan to develop, and the plan was approved by land use for 35 homes. At that time, the City of Bellevue worked with Trust for Public Land to engage with the developer to discuss potential acquisition. And prior to the next milestone, there was a pretty good area timing where the developer had agreed to sell the property with the caveat that the city has to complete the transaction by January 2025. Past that date, they're going to move on because they could hit the next milestone and really move the project forward. So therefore, we end up acquiring the property under RCO's waiver retroactivity, just because there's such urgency. If we miss this opportunity, it's gone. And it's going to turn from the screen space into all these homes here with added impervious surface. The wildlife corridor crossing that you've seen we've done is, no longer exist. And just added, storm water that's going to be drained into the stream coming down into Lower Coal Creek. Community support. We have quite a bit of community support here. I've mentioned Trust for Public Land was a big partner and really assisting the city with engaging with the developer to really bring this deal to the finish line with agreement to sell the property. King County Conservation Futures Grant provided substantial funding for the acquisition. This was a very expensive property. King County Council members Dunn and Boducci were big supporters of the project. A nonprofit group was formed with 6,000 supporters called Save Crow Creek, just to advocate for the acquisition and really advocating for conservation and preservation of this property. And here are a few examples of Bellevue resident correspondence to our city council asking the city to look into buying the property. And with that effort, really brought together, and this is some news clips that we saved from the community celebrating the acquisition that was done. So that acquisition is done. Now we're looking into community benefits and public access. Well, most of the, like Curtis had mentioned earlier, most of the frontage impermeable fencing will be removed and replaced with post and fence. Additional work is needed to be done in order to make it safe for public use, including demolition of existing homes that was left there, and removing chain fence once that area site is safely open for the public, to remove these kind of fencing sites so that more access could be provided for pedestrian users. And then some of the options that we have is, now that open space is available, we could host volunteer events to do more invasive controlling. And then future opportunities is to have restoration of this barn right here. It has some connections with mining history and have been asked by the community to keep it as part of the historical area for Coal Creek. And then providing trailhead parking, expanding trailhead network. We'll add more in a little bit. And then adding interpretation, natural environmental education programs on site. It just like has so much options to do with programming and public use that's going to be available. So existing trail usage. Prior to acquiring this property, as you can see, there are a lot. This is sort of a heat map of where the users are. Everything's sort of surrounding the property. The site prior to acquisition was surrounded by Coal Creek Natural Area. So it's sort of almost the last piece of the puzzle to really complete this green space to be under public ownership for that.
Kim, I do want to mention we are at time, so if you could wrap up your remaining slides, and then we'll turn it over to the advisory committee.
Okay, thank you. And then just want to quickly mention again, regional trail system. This is not just 12 acres of site for trails. There's a lot of opportunity to really connect Coal Creek Natural Area with Cougar Mountain, which gives us like 40 miles of trail access. And this area is being used not just for people within the city of Bellevue or Newcastle. It's all people all over Puget Sound from other parts of the state and other area that comes in, and it gets really, really busy in here with really high usage. One of them, some of the improvements we're adding here is this crosswalk. Once this crosswalk is put in by our transportation department, it really is going to bring the whole two system together into one big regional system for use and options for users to go through. And management and stewardship. As I mentioned, Curtis mentioned, we removed a lot of the invasive species up in here, really opened up the site for wildlife movement. And then we have a lot of programs for volunteer, both internal staff and volunteers to really host volunteer events for stewardship work that could really help with controlling invasive species, or even some trail expansion work that needs to be done. And our experience managing open space property. We are one of the 3 state accredited agencies with the Commission of Accreditation of Parks and Agency. We have a lot of experience managing open space. There are some examples you see here of, you know, the scale of open space that the city owns and manage within the space. And with that, thank you for your time. And I hope, you know, our goal is to really try to align with this category of increasing humans' interaction with nature, providing close to home opportunities for nature-based activities.
All right, thank you very much. So you are a few minutes over, Kim. So for evaluation, you may need to just kind of either like practice maybe the switch between the two of you. I think that takes a little bit of time as well. But we will have to make sure that we limit it to 20 minutes for final evaluation. So we'll go ahead and turn it over to advisory committee members for comments and feedback, and we'll start with Kevin and then Misha.
Sorry. Yes, thank you. First, regarding the going over time, I felt when you were addressing the first criterion was the place you probably could have tightened up the most. I mean, that was all interesting, but there was a lot of that sort of background biology stuff, which probably could have been tightened up a bit. So my second question, and maybe this is just, I need a refresher from RCO, is this retroactivity thing. So
sure.
It's like the project is already purchased,
right?
But so request is to sort of pay back some of the, or contribute retroactively. Is that correct?
Yep. Yeah, that's absolutely correct. And so the waiver of retroactivity, they do have an approved waiver of retroactivity, which what it does is it retains the land's eligibility for RCO grant funding. So it allows them to act quickly for projects that have high urgency, retains its eligibility for RCO grant funding. So what we do ask is at the time of evaluation that the applicant answer the reason for the urgency at the time of acquiring, and for the advisory committee members to score based upon the urgency of when they acquired it, not its current urgency.
Okay, thank you for that. And then just one other sort of maybe discrepancy that I noticed was the one news clip slide you had said that the property was purchased for $19.1 million. And then just like looking at the Prism page that I can see the total project cost is like $22.3 million. And I could certainly believe it would cost that much money in that location, but I just don't know what happened. If it was purchased for that, how does it show that amount in there?
We had a landowner donation, and I think maybe one of the thing I could do is add a slide here, kind of break down the cost. That might be easier to see. It was appraised at 22 million, a little more than 22 million, and the landowner donated 3 million, almost 3 million to it, and then the pricing was 19.1 million. It is a big, very pricey project for us.
Yeah, I used to live near there. I understand. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Kevin. Misha, go right ahead.
Thank you, Kim and Curtis, for your presentation. I have a couple of questions. One is about the culvert. You mentioned it's an important feature of this parcel, and I'm curious when you're going to be rebuilding it, what features you're going to be incorporating to preserve the stream habitat in insects, whether you're going to convert it to a natural substrate culvert, and what the impact on the stream community and the animals crossing it would be, how you're going to incorporate those priorities into the new culvert. Another question I have is about the invasive species maintenance, because the site is near the city and it's disturbed, so there's going to be an ongoing maintenance to continue removing the invasive species. So I wonder if you figure out what the labor and the cost of that will be and how it figures into the management plan. And the last question I have is about the heat map that you showed for the people usage, because there's multiple ways to plot it using cell phone data or someone actually doing a survey. And if you could, in your final report, lab or presentation, elaborate on that, because cell phone data, for example, there's software to use cell phone data to create heat maps, and they're notoriously inaccurate. So I would like to see how the heat map was created.
Kim, would you like me to do the first two, maybe? I feel confident answering. So the culvert replacement project.
Curtis,
what's that?
I do want to mention that this is not the time for question answer. This is just for feedback.
Oh,
so
okay.
that you can, yeah,
Sure.
so
Sure.
jot those things down, and then if you could just integrate those
Sure.
comments into your final PowerPoint presentation, integrated into the evaluation presentation. Yeah, so you don't feel the need to answer those questions now. This is just for feedback for final evaluation.
Okay. And Misha, would you be able to remind me? There were 3 questions in a row there. What was your second question?
So one was about the culvert, one was on the heat map, and the other one was on the invasive species maintenance, cost and labor. And I'll put them in the my written notes as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Misha. Any other comments or feedback for Kim or Curtis? All right. Seeing none, thank you so much for joining us, and we will see you for evaluation.
Thank you. Thanks for having us today.
All right. Thank you. Okay, advisory committee members, that brings us to our first break of the morning. I am going to try to keep us on schedule. So if we'll go ahead and come back for the 10:15. So that gives us about 10 minutes. And we will see you at 10:15 for the next project. I'll get us all ready. Hello, Monica.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you.
So we are on break until 10:15. I am going to go ahead and take this last 1 minute to get the presentation all set up and hand controls over to you.
Great. Thank you.
All right. So Monica, can you see your screen there, your PowerPoint presentation?
I can.
Great. I'm going to go ahead and remote control back over to you. Welcome back, advisory committee members. I'm just handing controls over to Monica for our next presentation, which is Great Peninsula Conservancies. If you want to just move your cursor around, Monica, I'll let you know when it shows up on my screen, and that's usually means you have controls. Maybe click your mouse button. There we go. Now I can see
Okay.
you. All right. So just a reminder, you have 20 minutes. I'll go ahead and keep track of time. And then we've got 10 minutes at the end for advisory committee comments. I'll go ahead and hand it over to you, and good luck.
Great. Thank you. Yeah, thank you all for your time in reviewing the Anti-Protection Project. I'm Monica Montgomery with the Great Peninsula Conservancy, which is a nonprofit land trust working on the Kitsap Peninsula and surrounding areas. And starting with a quick general project overview, with this urban wildlife application, we are seeking to acquire a forest and shoreline property within the urban growth area of Bremerton in Kitsap County to protect a whole functioning, intact nearshore system and expand public recreation access. Zooming out, the project site is located in the south central Puget Sound region, shown in the green-gray area in the map to the left, and specifically along the eastern shores of the Kitsap Peninsula, just a 60-minute car ferry or 30-minute commuter ferry ride away from Seattle. On the right, you'll see the project area in yellow, located among a small scattering of public parks and otherwise developed areas of the city of Bremerton and its urban growth areas. Zooming in a bit, the target property for acquisition is outlined here in orange and is located in Enitai, which is a census designated place in Kitsap County. According to the 2024 Kitsap County Comprehensive Plan, through future annexations, it's expected that much of this urban growth area will become part of the city over the next 20 years. Bremerton is the most urbanized city on the Kitsap Peninsula with a population size of about 43,000 residents as of the 2020 census, which is now estimated to be over 46,000 and growing. But despite being located within the urban growth area, this project offers a unique opportunity to protect a natural forest and shoreline system within a rapidly developing region. The project site comprises 6 parcels that total approximately 64.38 acres that are tucked away in this forested shoreline property. This excludes 0.75 acres shown in the small red boxes here to be left out of the grant footprint and purchased with private funds. This small footprint includes a marine dock that can support public access via water trail, as well as a recently renovated home that in the short term can serve GPC's environmental education programs, which I'll touch on a bit more later. As part of this acquisition, this project will remove several shoreline structures, including 3 homes, 1 shed, and 2 septic systems. Here are photos showing the locations of the structures to be demolished and some of the structures themselves. And to lay it all out, here is a schematic showing all existing infrastructure on the property, mostly along the shoreline. Those marked in red will be removed as part of this project with control of the property in the future and outside of the scope of this project. GPC will be working on obtaining other funding to remove shoreline armoring and the tennis court, which can serve as a staging area during the removal process. These are marked in orange. And then marked in blue are the structures that are within the 0.75 acres excluded from this grant. These include the marine dock, as well as a recently renovated home and garage offering appropriate facilities for GPC outdoor education events in the short term. If you have a closer look at the beach house and septic system here along the shoreline, That is the location of a historic salt marsh embayment. So to share a little bit of the background on this property, centered here is the T-sheet from land surveys in 1881. Here, the orange arrow points to the location of this lost salt marsh embayment, which appears to be where the current beach house and septic system are located. So with this acquisition, these structures will be removed with immediate benefits to the near shore. And beyond the scope of this project, the acquisition will secure the future opportunity to restore this lost embayment. This is expected to have significant benefits to wildlife, enhancing the existing quality of habitat on the property, restoring tidal flow in a lost habitat type, and adding to the diversity of vegetation communities on site and along an important stopping site for migrating salmon as well as migrating birds through the Pacific Flyway. So to summarize overall, our goals for this project are to acquire private property along the eastern shores of the Kitsap Peninsula, to demolish existing structures within the acquisition area, specifically 3 homes, 1 shed, and 2 septic systems. This will preserve a whole functioning nearshore system from forest to tidelands and important land sea connections that support a variety of terrestrial and marine species. Acquisition will further secure the future opportunity to enhance the existing high-quality habitat on the property, including someday reestablishing that lost salt marsh embayment. And one of the most exciting things about this project is that it will provide public beach access within the urban growth area of Bremerton. So to provide a little bit of context for how rare that is, more than 89% of East Kitsap shoreline is privately owned. So diving into the evaluation criteria, the Enitai Protection Project offers a rare and highly threatened opportunity to protect a whole functioning shoreline system that supports the diversity of connected habitat types and species. The forested uplands include 100-plus-year-old trees, primarily Douglas fir and western red cedars. There are also western hemlock, big leaf maples, and alders that occur throughout the forest. These trees help to support slope stability, filter pollutants from runoff, and provide critical nesting, foraging, and stopover sites for numerous migratory birds. Understory vegetation includes evergreen huckleberry, salal, Oregon grape, and sword fern, with lesser amounts of salmonberry, red huckleberry, osaberry, stinging nettle, and horsetail. These native plants are essential for our local pollinators, with salmonberry and osaberry providing early season blooms, evergreen huckleberry providing mid-season blooms, and even sword fern providing shade and sheltering habitat. Some English ivy and Himalayan blackberry also occur on the property. And there are 2 small creeks that emerge from the forest and empty into the near shore, totaling approximately 1,100 feet in combined length. While non-fish bearing, they create habitat for a variety of insects and amphibians and contribute detritus, nutrients, and freshwater mixing into the near shore. The project site also includes 1,548 feet of low bank shoreline comprised of sand and gravel along the Puget Sound, the entirety of which is documented surf smelt spawning habitat. And in the northern portion of the property is 838 feet of high-functioning feeder bluff and bluffback beach. These active feeder bluffs contribute large woody marine debris and sediment input that create habitat benefiting forage fish, salmon, and many other nearshore species. The project site's diversity of habitat types supports a variety of terrestrial and marine species, including black-tailed deer that you saw on the title slide, bobcat, coyote, Douglas squirrel, bald eagles that nest near the shoreline, various coastal and migratory birds, forage fish, and salmonids. Perhaps most notably, this project supports Chinook salmon and Puget Sound steelhead, both federally listed as threatened under the Endangered Species Act. East Kitsap shorelines account for nearly half of the nearshore habitat in South and Central Puget Sound, providing vital refuge, resting, and feeding grounds for juvenile salmon heading out to the ocean and to adults returning to spawn. Due to its importance for early marine life stages and overall marine survival for juvenile salmonids in particular, the 2025 East Kitsap Watershed Salmon Recovery Chapter Update designates all marine shorelines of East Kitsap as Tier 1 priority habitat for protection. Chinook salmon, in turn, make up more than 80% of the endangered southern resident killer whale diet, and the entirety of the site shoreline is documented spawning habitat for surf smelt. Less than 2,000 feet north of the property and part of the same drift cell that receives sediment from the property's feeder bluffs is Pacific salmon spawning habitat, and just offshore is a pre-spawner holding area for Pacific herring. These 3 species of forage fish are all identified as priority species under DFW's Priority Habitat and Species Program and form a critical link in the Puget Sound marine food web, including serving as a major source for salmonids. These forage fish also make up a large portion of the diet of marbled murrelet, a small diving seabird listed as threatened under the Endangered Species Act. The Puget Sound is one of 6 distinct marbled murrelet conservation zones established by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and one of the recovery actions includes increasing the amount, quality, and distribution of suitable nesting habitat, which includes mature and old-growth forests close to the Puget Sound, like you see on the property. Finally, the project site features Puget Sound near shore and riparian habitats, both identified by DFW as priority habitats. In thinking about how this project connects, enhances, and provides ecosystem services to the surrounding landscape, the property's mature riparian forest sustains large woody debris recoupment as trees above the bluffs fall and accumulate on the shoreline. This marine large woody debris provides numerous benefits, including shade and moderation of local water and soil temperatures, benefiting forage fish spawning habitat, sediment trapping and erosion control, accumulation of detritus that serves as a food source and habitat for invertebrates as prey resources, and structural complexity that creates sheltering and foraging habitat for juvenile salmon and other wildlife. The property's high-functioning feeder bluffs also provide sediment inputs that drive sediment transport and accretion processes, creating pocket beaches and ideal spawning substrate for forage fish along more than 3 miles downdrift, far beyond the property's boundaries. As I mentioned in the last slide, the entirety of the property's shoreline is documented spawning habitat for surf smelt. Downdrift of the project site is Pacific sand lance spawning habitat, and offshore is the pre-spawner holding area for herring. These 3 species of forage fish form a critical link in the Puget Sound marine food web. And as noted before, all marine shorelines of East Kitsap are identified as a Tier 1 priority for protection. The nearshore environment of East Kitsap provides 4 main functions for juvenile salmon, including habitat and prey resources for feeding and growth, refuge from predation, a physiological transition zone, and a corridor for migrating. Protection of the target property's relatively undeveloped shoreline will provide significant ecosystem services with benefits far beyond the property's boundaries. And despite its location within an urban growth area, the project is well supported by surrounding watershed and nearshore conditions. The project site is identified as one of 3 main wildlife patches within the greater East Bremerton area. In the 2008 Elahi Community Plan developed by Kitsap County. It is also only one of these. It is the only one of these 3 patches that remains unprotected, with Elahi State Park and Elahi Preserve just a half-mile north of the project site as the crow flies. Elahi State Park in particular adds more than 1,700 feet of protected shoreline that complements the project site with additional forage fish spawning habitat and as another stopover site for outmigrating salmon. The shoreline and that of Enitai provide habitat conditions necessary to sustain salmon recovery efforts. As juvenile salmon migrate from nearby streams, including Enitai Creek, just half a mile south of the project site, and from larger streams nearby, as salmon make their way through Port Orchard Passage, out to Puget Sound, and to the ocean. This project will support investments made particularly in the protection and restoration of Tier 1 priority stream systems, including Chico Creek, which is the most productive salmon system on the Kitsap Peninsula and empties into Dyes Inlet, as well as Gorst and Blackjack Creeks, which empty into Sinclair Inlet. Protection of the Enitai property aligns with local planning efforts for public recreation, quality of life, and salmon recovery. There's great demand and desire for trails across the region, especially in and around increasingly developed areas such as Bremerton. The demand for trail opportunities appears on surveys conducted as part of Kitsap County and Bremerton Pros plans, with documented community need for more opportunities for exercise and walking, and specifically more nature-oriented trails. This project also aligns with the broader Kitsap Comprehensive Plan, specifically with Land Use Goal 6 for promoting health and quality of life in the built environment, which includes actively integrating amenities such as open space and wildlife corridors within urban growth areas, and actively seeking new opportunities for public waterfront access. It also aligns with the Comp Plan's Environment Goal 1 in protecting and restoring marine shorelines, preserving and restoring the functions of natural habitat to support ESA-listed species, and accelerating implementation of habitat acquisition projects prioritized in salmon recovery plans. Which brings me to how this project aligns with the East Kitsap Watershed Salmon Recovery Chapter Update by protecting a considerable stretch of Puget Sound shoreline identified as a Tier 1 priority. This project also benefits from significant support from the broader community, including the surrounding Elahi and Enitai community, who are actively organized in public opposition to development of the property and who have expressed support of GPC's acquisition efforts. We have also toured the site with 2 of our county commissioners and recently received a letter of support in response to our jurisdictional review request. The Suquamish tribe have also shared a letter of support as a project complements their salmon restoration efforts in the region. Also included in our application are letters of support from Mid-Sound Fisheries Enhancement Group, Mountain View Middle School, and Kitsap Audubon Society. Shoreline properties like Enitai are highly attractive areas for development. With its location within the urban growth area, the property is zoned as urban low-density residential in the 2 upland parcels, which allows for 5 to 9 dwelling units per acre, and urban restricted in the 4 shoreline parcels, which allows for 1 to 5 dwelling units per acre. If we are unable to secure project funding this biennium, we risk this incredible opportunity. The landowner has been working with a local developer and realtor over the last several years, exploring all options to develop and sell both the shoreline and upland parcels. While the landowner is entertaining the development of up to 180 homes in the upland parcels, they've also expressed a continued interest in selling the property whole to GPC as they look to divest from their holdings in the region. Further, this project is stretched to the next biennium. We risk losing funding that has already been secured in previous years. As the Central Puget Sound region continues to rapidly grow, it's not a matter of if, but when. According to the City of Bremerton's 2024 Comprehensive Plan, Bremerton is projected to reach 64,000 residents by 2044, which is an increase of 46%. Being located within the urban growth area with easy access to services and amenities, the project site is highly desirable and imminently threatened with conversion to high-density residential development. However, if we're able to protect this property, we can secure not just the many ecosystem services it provides, but also expand public access to an intact Puget Sound forest and shoreline. Upon acquisition, public access to the property will be provided via walking trails from the surrounding neighborhoods on the north and west boundaries. Many of these trails already exist and are used by some of the neighbors. Additionally, the marine dock will serve as a public amenity, providing public access to the property where small watercraft like kayaks can tie up and rest while traveling along the Kitsap Peninsula National Water Trail. We've been in touch with the Department of Natural Resources and confirmed that GPC's purchase and ownership of the property will require a lease agreement. And having consulted with the South Sound land manager, we understand the application process and are ready to work with DNR to secure a lease. This project offers significant social benefits by directly addressing the lack of public beach access and environmental education opportunities in underserved communities across Puget Sound. As I mentioned before, more than 89% of East Kitsap shoreline is privately owned, and the project site is located within the urban growth area of Bremerton, where median household income is considerably lower than county, statewide, and even national levels. With less disposable income to travel for such experiences, this project presents a unique opportunity for the residents of Bremerton and surrounding areas to connect with, learn about, and appreciate a natural, intact forest and shoreline system. In addition to being open to the public with interpretive signage, GPC looks forward to hosting our own outdoor education opportunities through our Land Labs Youth Education Program, which engaged 2,906 students in 2024. Photos here are from some of these events, which GPC organizes with teachers from local grade schools, including Mountain View Middle School, just a mile from the project site, to bring students out to our nature preserves where they can study plant and animal identification, salmon life cycles, and forest and nearshore ecology. For these purposes, some of the existing structures will be retained and excluded from the grant footprint, including the marine dock and the recently renovated home that will serve as a space for equipment storage, rest and shelter if participants need it, and hygiene facilities. I should also share that the property's noteworthy local history of once being the estate of William Bremer, who is the founder of Bremerton, and later the estate of the Shaney family, known for standardizing the 8-foot 2x4 studs in construction. It is also the historical site of the first town of Port Orchard and the Renton Mill and Shipyard, which burned down in 1870. And here we have our costs estimate, which seeks a total of $3 million from WWRP, primarily to support the acquisition, as well as a portion of the acquisition incidentals, including appraisal, cultural resources, property survey, etc. GPC has already secured funding through the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service National Coastal Wetlands Conservation Grant Program to contribute $980,000 directly towards purchase of the property. And additional funds from Salmon Recovery Funding Board and ESRP are anticipated in mid to late 2027. We also anticipate raising at least $300,000 through private donations. 50% match funds will be covered with 40% from ESRP and 10% from private donations, with a total project cost estimated at $7.9 million. The target property currently contains healthy habitat function and complexity, and conserving it in its current state will have immediate benefits by preventing further development and habitat degradation. Demolishing several of the shoreline structures, coupled with replanting efforts as part of this project, will provide additional habitat benefits. And to maintain the existing high-quality forest and shoreline habitat, GBC will continue to monitor forest and shoreline health and control invasive and noxious weeds. We will also identify new trail connections and conduct trail maintenance as needed to minimize impacts on the natural resources and ensure safe public access. And we're very interested in the future opportunity of restoring historic site conditions with removing shoreline armoring and reestablishing that lost salt marsh embayment. We have already begun discussing the possibility of that with Mid-Sound Fisheries Enhancement Group, who have shared a letter of support with our application that speaks to that prospect. To fund ongoing management needs, GPC maintains a healthy stewardship and defense fund, as well as insurance policies for the legal costs of defending its fee-owned properties through terra firma. GPC also has a track record of securing grants to fund forest health treatment, shoreline restoration, and other important management activities. Additionally, GPC has an extensive track record of community engagement and benefits from a large network of dedicated volunteers, thus lowering the costs of activities such as invasive species removal and native tree plantings. In 2024, we engaged 300 volunteers who participated in hands-on stewardship work as an example of that. And together, staff and volunteers will monitor the property regularly and conduct stewardship activities as needed. As a nationally accredited nonprofit land trust that has protected and stewarded over 12,500 acres of nearshore habitat, salmon streams, forests, and other ecologically valuable properties across Kitsap, Pierce, and Mason counties, GPC is highly experienced and capable of successfully acquiring and managing the property in perpetuity. This project uses the same reliable methods and techniques and project funding sources that GPC has used in previous successful acquisitions. We've also taken concrete steps to reduce uncertainty and ensure readiness. We have built a positive working relationship with the landowners over the last 2 years, who continue to express interest in selling to GPC even while they explore their other options. We have also completed preliminary title due diligence and a preliminary appraisal to inform next steps in negotiating a purchase agreement. And I think that was plenty enough to just, I'm happy to take any questions or hear your feedback. Thank you so much for your time and attention.
All right, thank you so much, Monica. You were kind of right on point, just a few seconds over. I think I'll just quickly mention, Monica, you had some really, really good information at the beginning of your presentation that I think could be incorporated into addressing the evaluation criteria. So you spent about 6 minutes on your introduction, and the introduction is not scored, just the evaluation criteria. So you might think about what you could pull from your intro to include into addressing the criteria. And so that may be helpful. So with that, we'll go ahead and turn it over to our advisory committee members for comments and feedback for Monica. Go ahead, Misha.
Thank you for your presentation. It was really good. And as a former fishery biologist, I get excited when I hear about salt marsh restoration. And I have a question about that. How likely is it to restore a salt marsh from scratch when it has completely been removed in terms of hydrology, drainage? I would love to see that addressed, how it can be done successfully and have a fully functioning salt marsh recreated and functioning as an ecological, as part of the ecological part of the landscape.
Great, thank you so much, Misha. Any other comments or feedback for Monica? All right, I am seeing no other hands up. Monica, thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you at evaluation. Our next project is another GPC project, but I think we may have Eric Steffens here. All right.
Yes, I am. Sorry, I apologize.
Hello, no worries, Eric. Hello.
It took me a while to
Welcome.
get my screen ready.
I will go ahead and get your presentation up here. And then once your presentation comes up, Eric, I will go ahead and hand controls over to you so you can go through the presentation.
Great. So how does this work? So I can forward,
Yes.
and also there's a pointer that I could use. Is that?
There is a pointer. So here is your presentation. Make sure it's the right one here.
Yes.
And when I hand controls over, down here at the lower left is how you can advance slides. And if you grab here, this is where you can grab a pointer there. Or I do believe we can all see the cursor on the screen as well.
Okay, great.
All right, so I will go ahead and hand controls over to you, Eric. Let me find you here. All right, go ahead and move your cursor around. I'll let you know when it shows up on this end.
I'm moving it around.
You may need to click your mouse button. All right, it says that you have controls.
Right.
So go ahead and try to advance slides.
I am trying.
Okay, it says that you are controlling the screen. Go ahead and try again. And click your mouse and we'll see if we can get that to take hold.
I am clicking.
Not okay. Let me try this again. So I will stop the remote control. I will start it one more time, Eric. Go ahead and give that a try. Okay, it looks like you have it this time. I saw the cursor move.
Okay, so do I.
All right.
Yep,
So
great.
just a reminder, you have 20 minutes. I'll keep track of time and I'll hand it over to you. Good luck.
Great, thank you very much. So my name's Eric Steffens. I'm the Conservation Director and for Great Peninsula Conservancy, and I work with Monica. And I'm excited to discuss with you the Gamble Creek Wildlife Protection Project. So Great Peninsula Conservancy works in 3 counties. Both of our projects that we are presenting this round are in Kitsap County. The star blue is where the Gamble Creek project is, and then Monica's project, she did a good job presenting. Thanks, Monica, if she's still there. Is down in Bremerton, so about 15 miles away. I'll also point out the general location of the project here. It's quite near Kingston and Poulsbo, and Kingston and the Bainbridge Ferry provide easy access to Seattle. And then there's Hood Canal Bridge here. So, and I'll get into the kind of larger landscape level, but it's a somewhat urban area, but there's a lot left. So we're really excited to protect what we still can in this area. The project site, just as a larger, looking at it from a landscape scale, is well, I should just mention the project is this here in orange. It's located between Port Gamble Heritage Park and many other parks and protected areas, over 10,000 acres in the North Kitsap area. We have, and I'll go into the evaluation questions. I'll show you a little more detail, but in general, we're looking at 88 acres of primary targets, 2 property owners, in that area, in that 88 acres. And then we have 50 acres of secondary targets covering another 3 landowners, which are likely going to be conservation easements if successful. The 88 acres is fee purchase. You'll also notice that there is areas in yellow adjacent to the property and the project area. These are another application that we have with RCO into the community forest program. So we have already purchased the Divide Community Forest. So a phase 2 is actually looking at purchasing these areas in yellow. Sorry, there's a delay in my cursor. So diving into the questions and evaluation criteria, project area composition, there is over 1,500 feet of Gamble Creek in the primary target area. You'll notice that it's a wide floodplain, very low gradient, really good habitat. Beaver are very prevalent in the area. There's a number of really nice Sitka and hemlock spruce, or Sitka spruce and hemlock stands in the site, some large, very mature trees and old growth snags that are still on the property. The property, this is very approximate, but the property line is shown in yellow here. So this is the Gamble Creek floodplain down in here, which has that picture that I just showed. And the floodplain goes to about here. Actually, it's quite extensive into a hardwood forest, mostly maple. And then we go into the other property, which has some large firs, and then also some recently harvested areas up in the far north of the project site. And you'll notice that this is Port Gamble Heritage Park. And yes, there is cutting inside the park. When the park was purchased in the 90s, the area was, the landowner kept the ability to harvest once in the park. And there's another group that is working diligently to try to buy the trees. And so hopefully they have been successful in raising enough money to purchase about 750 acres of these trees, and hopefully we're pushing them to make sure that this the corridor and the area in this area is not harvested, to maintain the landscape corridor that we are pursuing. But a lot of mixed good species in here, a lot of especially the Sitka spruce. It's really a unique area within North Kitsap that has a very strong population of Sitka spruce still. Species and communities, as mentioned, the Sitka spruce and also the wide floodplain creates a lot of good habitat for expected species in this area, including good runs of coho, fall chum, and cutthroat, sea-run cutthroat. Really good raising and rearing habitat as well as spawning. And then we have a number of different wetland obligate species, red-lead frog, and several salamander species in the area. For pollinator habitat, the hardwood forest provides a lot of good foraging habitat for a diverse number of pollinators, as well as general habitat and nesting, roosting, and protection for a number of different species. The diverse understory includes a lot of salal, a lot of evergreen huckleberry, so a lot of good pollinator species, dependent species there. And then up in the recently cut area, we have a lot of early cereal species, so providing a diversity there. And then also the beaver ponds have a lot of wetland obligate plants that provide some in more diversity in terms of pollinator species, habitat, and food sources. Landscape characteristics, as you can see from this map, these are there's a lot of over 10,000 acres of a mosaic of protected lands and working forest lands in this area, even though it is a rapidly developing area. And we're really excited to, um, keep this connection between Port Gamble Heritage Park over here, over 3,500 acres, um, maintain that connection and improve it to our Divide Community Forest, and Grover's Creek Preserve here, over 800 acres, over 900 acres of North Kitsap Heritage Park. And then you've got down here in this arc, we've got a lot of Suquamish Reservation forest land. And moving north, we've got Port Gamble Sklallam Tribe has recently purchased this Miller Lake. And we have some preserves in Port Gamble Bay, and then heading into their reservation forest lands up into Rainier forest lands that will hopefully be part of the reservation in Port Gamble tribe eventually, up into the Hansville Greenway, and then up into the Nature Conservancy Foul Weather Breath Preserve. So there's still a lot of really good habitat in this area, and clearly this is the only really good connectivity piece that you have between Port Gamble Heritage Park and this mosaic. And just to emphasize the connectivity, here's a number of species that on these have been taken on the site, and I love that bobcat. He's just really happy looking for some reason. But so planning and community support, this project is certainly has a lot of nexus with a number of the different salmon plans, including summer chum recovery, the Hood Canal summer chum, that is endangered species, which is not in the creek itself, but utilizes the nearshore habitat. So water quality and quantity for juvenile Hood Canal summer chum is definitely an issue, and they heavily utilize estuaries on their out migration path. And the Kitsap County has, as you can see, the comprehensive plan. You'll notice that the areas in this lighter green, the kind of brighter green, I guess, is areas that are rural wooded, zone 20 acres. The areas that are a little more olive color are areas that are also zone 20 acres in rural preservation. So this certainly connects up not only with the existing protected areas, but the zoning for large lots. So the project site is really well connected and supported by the comprehensive plan zoning around it. Port Gamble Heritage Park has its master plan. We also have a plan for the Divide Community Forest, emphasizing the connectivity of the landscape in this important area to the west of our Divide Community Forest. And in general, our conservation plan at Great Peninsula Conservancy emphasizes the importance of this mosaic of landscape level protection and in this area, and preserving the connectivity in the core areas as much as we can while we still have the opportunity, which is diminishing every year. Public engagement, as mentioned, the Port Gamble Sklallam Tribe has taken a very keen interest in this project, has provided a letter of support. We'll get into a little more detail in that in a little bit. The county commissioners are also very supportive in this area, and this is piggybacking on over 2 decades of work with the Kitsap Forest and Bay project, which was a group of over 30 groups that helped protect over 5,600 acres of parkland, including Port Gamble Heritage Park and Grover's Creek Preserve, and so this is one of the final pieces of that larger vision. We have talked and have support from the City of Poulsbo, also the Divide Community Forest Advisory Group, which we have set up recently, and the North Kitsap Trails Association. The area in purple is not included in this project area, and it is there's another group which has applied, the YMCA has applied for funding this round of RCO grant round to create ball fields and a YMCA on the adjacent land. So this is there's a lot of public support for that, from especially from the Kingston Rotary and sports field groups in the area. And I will mention that the purple, as well as the yellow and the orange, is all part of this part of the orange, at least, is all part of what was proposed by the landowner to be rezoned away from forest, rural wooded, to allow for dense housing and also the YMCA and the sports fields. And there was that rezone was not granted by the county last year, with considerable opposition because of people wanting this land to remain wooded. So there's been a lot of discussion about this land and a lot of support for our protecting it. Sorry, did I skip a slide? There's such a delay here. I apologize. Yeah, sorry. So in terms of threat, as mentioned, the area to this area here of the project site is owned by, and this area here is owned by Radiant Development, which is the development arm of Rayonier Timber, which bought from Pope and Talbot. So this is highly threatened with individual lots being sold off. And currently there's 8 lots, including the other property here, that could be developed and sold off additionally. And also there's the area that we have as our conservation easements, secondary targets here and here. There's an additional 3 parcels or development rights that could be developed in this area. So very highly threatened, and as shown on the map, it's the last connection really to Port Gamble Heritage Park to match it with the Divide and the other landscape level protections that have happened.
Hey, Eric, I did want to mention we have only about 4.5 minutes left of the 20 minutes, and it looks like you've got several slides left. So,
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I will breeze through, and sorry I'm being verbose today, I guess. I think I've mentioned most of these. We're fee acquisition for the primary targets, conservation easements, hopefully on the secondary. It's part of this larger vision of the Forest and Bay. And then the fact that the easement is really, this needs to be protected not only for the connectivity, but also for allowing for recreation, which doesn't always happen with private ownership. There's a lot of community benefits and public access. There are existing trails on the site. There's 2 roads that bisect the property. And these are very cherished areas of wooded areas that of a rural landscape that people cherish as they're driving. And there's also the future route of the Sound to Olympic paved trail that goes through the property. And this will be next to the roads, but probably excluded from the grant area, but it is certainly a public benefit. And as Monica mentioned in the last presentation, GPC has a very strong education and citizen science and restoration and native species planting organization, and we have a lot of different activities planned on this site. And to give an example, the community forest adjacent to this property has had over 7 events in the last year with over 400 participants. And I'm going to breeze through this since I'm running out of time. Port Gamble Sklallam has provided a letter of support. They don't want to see sprawl in this area, and there's certainly a lot of benefits to Gamble Creek, which is an important salmon stream for them, as well as water quality for their commercial fisheries in Port Gamble Bay. I did click it. So for multiple benefits, as mentioned, the community forest is adjacent. There's a lot of nexus there. Important groundwater recharge area for Kitsap County, and mentioned tribal fisheries in Port Gamble Bay and the water quality and quantity that the creek provides and this project would provide. For management, there's a lot of good things going on with the floodplain, with the beavers, and good overall forest health. So there's not much there that needs to occur. Some trail maintenance issues and long-term, that's always a consideration for the areas that we have trails on. But we do have a really good volunteer base, including site stewards, as well as you've seen from our Divide Community Forest, a lot of public input and a lot of impact from our volunteers. So. Apologize, I'm clicking. So for restoration needs, Scotch broom is always an issue in Kitsap in general, but especially after logging. And so we have definitely a lot of experience with that, and especially on our Divide Community Forest adjacent. So we'll be on top of that. There's also a chance to create some more diversity in age and stand within the floodplain here. You can see these are largely maples that are of the same age. So there's definitely some potential to put some more Sitka spruce and other floodplain desirous species in the floodplain. And as Monica mentioned, Great Peninsula Conservancy is an accredited land trust with the Land Trust Alliance. We manage over 2,000 acres. We've got about 16 staff now, and 3 of them are full-time stewardship staff. And we really love and value our community forests and the engagement that we bring to the community. We also have a very healthy stewardship and defense fund of over several $1 million at this point. So we're in it for the long term, and we're excited to have this property. So I will pass it over to questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I will go ahead and grab controls back. Hand it over to the advisory committee for comments and feedback. And if there's any slides any of the advisory committee members would like me to go back to, feel free to let me know. Happy to do so. Any feedback or comments for Eric on this project? Heather.
Hi, thanks for the presentation. Looks like an exciting property. There was just a couple little things that I think could add some a little bit more power to some of your slides with the pollinator habitat. You're showing an aerial view of the forest, and I thought more up close demonstration of like the plants that are there that provide pollinator habitat, or if you have photos of the pollinators themselves, just tying that in. And on the salamander species, you had a good species table, just adding more details to which species are there if you have that information. And I think that was it. I have a bunch of notes here, but I think, yeah, those were sort of quick little feedback things. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Heather. Go ahead, Mary.
Yes, thank you, Eric, for being here today. I just had a couple of comments. You listed or showed a map that, and I appreciate that you're trying to create some connectivity between these corridors and everything. I'm wondering about the roads and how heavily traveled some of these roads going through these areas are, and if there's any intention to put any wildlife crossing, if needed, into it.
Yeah, great question. I mean, there's certainly been even talk of a wildlife bridge over one of the roads, but at this point, I think that's probably a little not in the cards for right now. The Bond Road there definitely does get a lot of traffic. It is a 2-lane road, but Stottlemyre, the other smaller road, is very rural, doesn't get much traffic. But that's certainly something I can touch base a little more on. It's not ideal to have this running through, but this is what we have, and as we can see from the map, this is the last piece that we can protect that does create not only the connectivity potential for larger species that move quickly, but the species that can't move as quick. So that's what we have in this urban or semi-urban area.
All right, go ahead, Pat.
Yeah, I was thinking if it would be helpful if you could maybe elaborate more on that. Port Gamble Heritage Park and the original owner having the right to go in and take more trees out, and just wondering if that means that the whole park is set up in that fashion, or is it just certain portions of the park that can be logged, or because that's a pretty big, I mean, I know the value of the connection in the corridor, but I'd hate to see a whole big chunk of that all be cut down.
Yeah, it's ongoing. There's been logging occurring as the trees have grown old enough for the last 10 years. So it's not ideal. As mentioned, there's another group that is actually has raised funds to protect the trees, and we've pushed for them to focus that protection on maintaining the corridor and maintaining priority areas. Long term, this area, if you look at 400 years, kind of, then yeah, it's not ideal that it's being cut now, but it's better that it is preserved than it is to have had the opposite occur, which was to actually have it developed out. So.
Yeah, and I just want to clarify that that is not part of the scope of this project. So, but if it's helpful to consider that for the final presentation, it could be incorporated into that. The thing I would hate though, Eric, is to take away from this project, considering that is not in the scope of this project. So maybe talk a bit with Andrea about how to address the criteria, but not take away based off of what's happening on an adjacent piece of property.
Okay.
All right. Any other comments or feedback for Eric on this project before we take our last morning break? And I see none. Eric, thank you so much for joining us. It was great to see you, and we will see you at evaluation time. And advisory committee members, that brings us to our last break of the morning. When we come back, let's see, the next project is scheduled for 11:30. We will see if we can get Bill Cromlin online a little bit early, maybe well, let's just go ahead and stick with 11:30. That gives a 20-minute break. We'll come back for that project, and then we'll break for lunch after. So we'll come back at 11:30. All right, we'll see you then. All right, as we slowly start joining back in, due to be back in just a couple of minutes. I see we have Bill Cronlin with us. Hello, Bill.
Hello. Need to find the buttons. There we are.
No worries. Hello, good to see you. Am I going to be handing controls over to you, Bill?
That would be great.
All right, I will go ahead and get your presentation up and get everything handed over to you.
Okay.
As the advisory committee members are coming back from their break. All right, does this look familiar?
Not yet. Now it does. Yeah.
All right, great.
Okay, so I can use arrow keys to.
Yeah, not quite yet. I'll have to give controls over to you, Bill. Let me find you. All right, there you go. Now go ahead and give that a try. Move your cursor around and I can let you know when it shows up on this end. That's
Cool. Are you seeing a cursor move?
Sometimes you might have to click the mouse. There we go. I can see it now. Lower left corner. If you go down there, that'll show you how you can advance slides. We are right at 11:30. So welcome back, advisory committee members. We've got Bill Cronlin here from Department of Fish and Wildlife. He's already got controls of his presentation. So just as a reminder, Bill, you have 20 minutes for the presentation and then 10 minutes for Q&A, or actually feedback and comments with the advisory committee after. I'll keep track of time. So I will go ahead and hand the floor over to you, and good luck.
Great. Okay. Thanks everyone for giving me the opportunity to talk up the Scatter Creek unit. My name is Bill Cronlin, as Karen mentioned. I'm the land manager for the Scatter Creek Wildlife Area, which includes about 8 units, mostly in South Thurston County, south of Olympia, with 1 unit just on the east end of Grays Harbor County, outside of Oakville. But the focus of this presentation is going to be on the Scatter Creek unit, which is located just north of Rochester off of the I-5 corridor. And there are so many reasons why the Scatter Creek Wildlife Area and this unit in particular are really cool areas. 2 aspects I'm really going to try to highlight in this presentation are that, you know, there's a wildlife area that's situated amongst a growing urbanized landscape. So we've got the Olympia, Lacey, Tumwater metropolitan growth area, and we also have just across the Nisqually River, the whole Seattle Tacoma growth area. And so it provides that outdoor recreational opportunity amongst a growing population that is not really that common on this landscape. So I'm kind of pointing at it provides hunting opportunities as well as just wildlife viewing. And the other reason why it's fantastic kind of gets at the ecological and biological characteristics of the site. So the Scatter Creek Wildlife Area conserves the largest portion of South Sound prairies, or the largest portion of glacial outwash prairies in the South Sound, outside of JBLM. And then the prairies on JBLM, they're on working lands and they're close to the public. So the conservation status of those are, kind of up in the air. So what are glacial outwash prairies? These are landscapes that were created at the end of the last glacial period with the draining of Lake Russell as the Vashon Glacier receded. And it basically drained Lake Russell from the Puget Sound Trough through the Chehalis Basin out into the ocean and deposited hundreds, 1,000, 1,500 feet of glacial outwash. So gravel, sand, loam. And that's depicted by these green areas on the map. And what this has created is a well-drained landscape. So it rains 40 plus inches a year in the area, but that water doesn't hang out long on the surface or in the ground. It flows through that gravel and sandy loam. And so what we get is a prairie landscape that is more indicative of drier, more arid areas. And so with that, over the past 10,000, 12,000 years, what we've gotten is a whole host of plant and wildlife species that have evolved with that system, hand in hand with First Nations managing that system through cultural burning to keep it prairie. And it's created this unique landscape, not just in Washington State, but in the world. But since all of that glacial outwash, was in low-lying areas and was deposited on fairly flat landscapes, in addition to the geographical location of the South Sound being on the south tip of the Salish Sea in proximity to Oregon City, this was one of the first areas in the state of Washington that was settled by Europeans. And so that development has continued to this day. And what we've resulted in is a vast loss of the prairie landscape that we once had. And so, less than 10% remain. That number is probably closer to 5 or 3%. And most of that exists on Joint Base Lewis McChord today. So these larger chunks of extant prairies, 91st Division, 13th Div, and the Weir prairies, those are all on JBLM. These larger chunks down here are represented by some of the Scattered Creek units. And so the project parcel that we are looking at today is this little red dot that used to be part of this more expansive Grand Mound, Violet, and Rock Prairie system. And today it is a highly fragmented landscape. And this map depicts the conservation network that exists out there today. And so like how the prairies are fragmented across the landscape, so is our conservation network. And even within that conservation network, the prairies are fragmented. So the red outlines the portion of these conservation sites that actually contain prairie oak systems. And so here's the Violet Prairie unit that was recently purchased 2022, 2023. And it's 1,500 acres. It's a lovely, lovely site. Maybe some of you have visited it before, but only 200 acres is actually prairie. The project parcel is located here, and it is almost entirely prairie. And it's also, again, this depicts the urban growth areas. You have the large Lacey, Tumwater, Olympia area. And then even here, that's Grand Mound. And just south of there is the Chehalis Centralia urban area. And the Scattered Creek unit gets visited by all of them. Oops. So making conservation whole. So this is the target parcel. So this project aims to purchase this parcel. It's 147 acres. Almost all of it is prairie or prairie oak systems. There's about 0.6 miles of the Scattered Creek channel that's included. And then you can kind of see by the aerial imagery where the floodplain and that would be non-prairie soils along the floodplain in there. This parcel connects the north and south tracts of the existing Scattered Creek unit, which is roughly 925 acres, and 750 acres of this area is prairie and prairie oak. It also abuts the Port Blakely tree farm, which recently, I believe RCO funded the conservation easement that is going onto that tree farm. And so the purchase of this land would be making complete a whole block of conservation that's already on the landscape. Providing connectivity between the north and south tracts, and also allowing for that interaction between the prairie oak, and then the Scattered Creek channel, and even the upland tree system of the Port Blakely farm. I mentioned a host of species that evolved with the system, with the prairie system. On the Scattered Creek unit, we have two federally listed species, the Mazama pocket gopher and the Taylor's checker spot butterfly. Well, the Mazama pocket gopher is actually on and extant on the project parcel on the 147 acres. Taylor's checker spot are not on the parcel. They were historically on that land. I think the last time we've seen them there was in 1997. But on the south tract of Scatter Creek is one of two populations of Taylor's sucker spot that exist off base in the South Sound. And the other population, not to poo-poo the other population, but I think they've seen during the flight season a handful of individuals flying this year, like 5 or 6. And they've just started reintroducing larvae on that parcel. So it's unclear whether or not that's actually going to stick. There have been animals on this Taylor sucker spot on the Scatter Creek unit for going on more than a decade since we started reintroducing them. So we have that federal listed species nexus. We also have a number of pollinator species, up to 8 special status butterfly species plus butterfly. Here's a sampling of some of the butterfly that are either out there or have historically been present. And again, they're really keying in on those native prairie plants and those forbs and all that nectar resources that are out there. We also have conservation potential. So this is a picture of the parcel where we have this nice oak stand intermingling with mounded prairie and camas coming up through the grass. That is what Oregon Vesper Sparrow are really going after. So that prairie oak edge where they really need those perches to sit and kind of defend their territories. And then they'll nest in the open grassland in front of the oaks. Vesper Sparrow are a state listed species and a candidate federal species. Western gray squirrel is a state endangered species. Both of these animals have been historically on this property, currently are not. The Western gray squirrel are also going after the acorns that are being produced by oaks. And they also like that interaction between oaks and the conifer. We'll nest in the conifer and then come down and forage amongst the oak trees. So we have that on this parcel. So again, going back to that connectivity between different ecological systems. Oops. Oh, and there's also, can't forget about the fish. So the Scatter Creek Channel, that 0.6 mile stretch, coho, steelhead, and chinook are known to pass through the area. In fact, there are Chehalis tribal accounts of this being a particularly robust steelhead fishery back in the day. Olympic mud minnow, there's no confirmed sightings of the mud minnow on this parcel, but just onto WDFW land, we have mud minnow occurring. And it seems plausible that either we just haven't picked them up yet on the project parcel, or if they're not there, then they could easily be. There's connectivity for them to get there. So lots of conservation opportunity, a lot of benefit ecologically. Planning and community support. So acquisition of this parcel would have real impact to recovery, as actually explicitly spelled out within recovery plans. So for Mazama Pocket Gopher, this diagram is from the federal recovery plan. And this little parcel here is the project parcel. The solid purple areas is the existing Scatter Creek unit. And basically the hashed purple are areas that the recovery team for Pocket Gopher have identified as where conservation ought to occur in order to meet recovery goals. And here we have the actual outline of this parcel called out in that recovery plan. The Scatter Creek unit as is already a reserve core. And so that's a definition where there needs to be a certain number of reserve cores within reserve areas, which is this, this larger solid black line. Adding this parcel would increase the resiliency of that reserve core. Again, by expanding the population that would be considered part of recovery, and then also giving it more of that heterogeneity in the landscape. And so the gophers have not just upland prairie, but they also have that prairie oak and that prairie Scatter Creek edge to weather through climate disruptive events or anything that can be thrown their way in that regard. Taylor's checker spot butterfly, as I mentioned, they are on the Scatter Creek unit, not on this parcel. But acquiring this parcel would create that connectivity between the north and south tracks of Scatter Creek. It would also expand our playing field where we can start adding population habitat patches across the entirety of the Scatter Creek unit. And then we would make it possible to create what's called a population complex. And this is called out specifically in the checker spot recovery plan to have recovery sites that have population complexes to, again, provide that resiliency to the population. If one population patch is, let's say, on just complete upland prairie, we get a hot event and those plants start to die out, the checker spot have other places to go. Purchasing this parcel, well, it's also would help the military training mission on JBLM. As I mentioned, most of the extant prairie and all of these federally listed species occur on JBLM, and they have to navigate that regulatory maze in order to do training while also recovering the species. They would like to see recovery happening off base. So the more recovery that we can do off base, that relieves their regulatory burden or their burden to navigate the regulatory map on base. And so we do have support from the Sentinel Landscapes Partnership to acquire this parcel and to move forward with conservation. Community benefits and public access. So WDFW has been leasing this parcel from the owner since 1973. So we have a 53-year history of public recreation already occurring on this land. And so the public has come to view it as just part of Scatter Creek Wildlife Area. And so we even have, some existing trails on the site. There's already infrastructure in place, a parking area, kiosks, some pit toilets. It's a pheasant release site. And so DFW every pheasant season releases pheasants. A little hint for you guys that like pheasant hunting, they release them in this area on the parcel. There's waterfowl hunting opportunities along the Scatter Creek channel, fishing access. And I love this statistic, over 4,000 iNaturalist entries for Scatter Creek unit as a whole. So that includes all of this area. And that goes to show that just the span and breadth of recreation that occurs on this parcel. So it's not just hunting, it's not just hiking, but folks go out there to view the flowers and just be naturalists on the site. Oops. And again, it's also within, a rapidly expanding urban area. So we got, Seattle, Tacoma, all of Thurston County is considered that Lacey, Tumwater, Olympia growth area. And again, Chehalis and Centralia to the south. So this is along the I-5 corridor. So it's easy to get to. We have, again, a whole breadth of users on the land. And if you look at the land around Scatter Creek, it's all parceled out. And most of this is, developed either as housing or houses with, small or hobby farms on them. So conservation opportunities on this larger landscape are rare, especially ones of complete 147-acre parcels. So the biggest challenges to managing this landscape, well, certainly the exotic grasses choke out native species. So here are two pictures. We have a little patch of camas amongst the sea of non-native grasses. And some things to point out here is that on this parcel, we have that native component. It's in there, but it's surrounded by this carpet of grasses that have very little structural heterogeneity. So it's all just one height across the landscape. Even this picture of the camas in front of the oaks, same thing. The camas is being choked by different grasses, and there's not a lot of structural heterogeneity in there. Invasive shrubs like Scotsbroom, again, you can see some camas in the pictures, but Here we have structural heterogeneity, but we have that shrub structure, which is different than what the species that evolved with the grassland are looking for. And again, forest encroachment. The site is drier than what we would anticipate for forests to want to thrive in, but Doug fir are a tenacious species. They still want to get in and establish themselves on the prairie. First Nations manage this by introducing fire and burning back the Doug fir. But as we remove fire from the landscape, we get these patches of Doug fir that just convert the prairie into forest land. So what do we do, DFW, to manage prairies? So we do have a legacy of managing South Sound prairies. We work closely with DNR, JBLM, nonprofit organizations like Eco Studies Institute, Center for Natural Lands Management. And our favorite tool and the biggest tool is the tool that First Nations had used. And so that would be prescribed fire. So our restoration or the most successful restoration tool that we use is introduce summer fire onto the landscape and follow that burning with as burning releases nitrogen into the soil and creates that black landscape, which brings in more heat in the fall. And so we get this flush of exotic grasses and forbs and makes it much more easy to do broad scale herbicide treatments to kick that back. And then we follow that up with seeding of native plant species. And that's our basic rotation to do prairie restoration. And then something to note in these photos. So the next photo I'm going to show you is actually the unit that these pictures were taken on. And you'll see, again, it's really thick broom in here, thick non-native grasses. You have grasses reaching up to this individual's backpack, which same kind of backpack this guy is wearing. So you're talking like up to someone's waist in broom and grass. And then here, I don't know if you can see an individual behind this broom, but that broom is taller than that individual. So we conducted this burn particularly on Scatter Creek South in July 2025. And this is what it looked like last week. So we have a lot more structural heterogeneity in terms of lower grass, bare ground openings. Balsam root was released out of that oak and out of the grass carpet. Gopher moving in there, very happy next to this patch of Lomatium utriculatum, which is a carrot species. And then in this patch, we've got Castellaea hispida, which is a host plant species for checker spot butterfly. And they also like to munch on the Kalingia that's in here also. And so coming up, those previous pictures of the burn, as you walked up to those sites, they'd be fairly quiet. You wouldn't hear a lot of buzzing. This spring, you walk up to these sites with this explosion of wildflowers. You can hear the buzzing of bees in there. Lots of pollinators, butterflies. Checker spot are in this area. And so that's what we do. Acquiring this parcel and putting it into conservation would open up the grant funds that we tap to do these burns. So right now we don't have the funding ability or the mechanisms in DFW to apply prescribed fire effectively on the leased parcel. Bringing this into the conservation fold would open up access to those funds, and we can do the things that we do on other lands and hopefully make it more like this.
Bill, I do want to, looks like you're wrapping up. We are about 2 minutes over. So, for final evaluation, we might need to tighten that up a little bit to stay within the 20 minutes. But we will go ahead and turn it over to advisory committee members for some comments, and we'll start with Heather.
Thank you very much. An exciting project. I have some questions, but you can just, instead of answering them, just consider them for your final. Okay. With the prescribed burns, which is exciting as far as prairie management, I don't know a lot about the impact of on the pocket gophers. They're probably adapted to that, but I just wanted, and I know they're underground most of the time, but just wanted to find out or if that could be addressed, if there's any impact on them. You mentioned the western gray squirrel historic range there. Are there populations close enough by that they could disperse to this site, or would they need to be reintroduced? So that was a question around them, that this environment supports them, but how would they get there? And then pollinators, it'd be good to know which ones are, distinguish between on-site versus historical range or populations that are close by. And then finally, just visually, I appreciated the photos of the prairie at the end, but I think having some more prairie photos along with your maps, just visually engaging in that particular environment, especially because it's more rare from what we see here. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Heather. Joe, go right ahead.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation, Bill. Appreciate it. Just some comments on the species table. I encourage you to go back to the manual, and there's specific guidance about how to include natural heritage data. And so, for example, you listed a bunch of potential occurrences. For natural heritage data, they have to be in our database to be included in the table. So revisit that. I think there was at least one rare plant that you were attributing to DFW, but again, those would be need to be attributed to the Heritage Program database. That said, if you believe that you have a location of a rare plant on your property that isn't in the database, there's guidance again in the manual as to how you can work with us to I'm with Heritage to get that into our database. So please take a look at that. Also, the ecosystem types that you have listed there, I would source them. I think you just have DFW natural heritage. I know where you're going with that, but I think you want to cite it as either an HGCN associated with the swap or a PHS type. So your source would be PHS or a natural heritage element occurrence in our database. So and then of course any additional information that you have in terms of so and so observed it would be very helpful as well. But you want to kind of cite those authoritative sources, if you will, for those specific elements in that source category. And I think that was it. Otherwise, thanks for the presentation. Enjoyed it.
Cool.
Thank you, Joe. Any other feedback or comments for Bill? All right, I am seeing none. Thank you very much for the presentation, Bill. It was great to see you, and we will see you for evaluation. All right, advisory committee members. Thank you, Bill. All right, that brings us to, oh, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, enjoy the rest of your guys' time.
We will. Thank you so much, Bill.
Bye-bye.
All right, and that brings us to our lunch break, and we will be back at 1 o'clock with continuing with Department of Fish and Wildlife projects. So enjoy your lunch break, and we will see you all back here in about an hour. Hello, Amy.
Hello.
Thank you very much for joining us. We are just wrapping up lunch, so people will start trickling in here, and I'll get your presentation all started and hand over controls so we can just get started right at 1 o'clock.
Sounds good. Works for me.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, as everybody starts to wander back in, I will get Amy's presentation up, hand over control so we can get started right at 1 o'clock. And just as a reminder, since we are live streaming on YouTube, is to just remind everybody that we are here for technical review of projects that are applied for in the Urban Wildlife Habitat Grant category of the Washington Wildlife and Recreation Program. I'm Karen Edwards, Assistant Section Manager here at the Recreation and Conservation Office. And we are wrapping up with our last 5 projects. Let me share my screen here, Amy, make sure that this presentation looks familiar to you. Can you see that all right?
Yes, I can, and it looks like the right one.
Great, all right. It's always a good sign when I see your name on it. All right, so I am going to go ahead and hand controls over to you, Amy. This can sometimes take a little bit. So if you want to go ahead and move your cursor around, looks like you have controls lower left corner. When you hover over there, it'll bring that up for advancing slides. Some people can use their keyboards, but others have not been able to, but that's where you can advance slides. And we will just wait 1 more minute and get started, give everybody a chance to come back right at 1. It looks like you have controls. So just a reminder, Amy, we have got 20 minutes for this presentation. I'll keep track of time, and we are right at 1 o'clock. So I will hand it over to you, and good luck.
Thank you, Karen. Hello, everyone. My name is Amy Pavlicek. I am the Chelan Wildlife Area Manager for WDFW, based out of Wenatchee. And I am presenting today for our Urban Wildlife WWRP acquisition 26-1287, which we are calling Running Horse. So to dive right in, here we can see a large-scale map of the area in question. So this acquisition request is actually for 2 separate properties, but with similar habitat and similar goals in mind. You can see both of them are in Chelan County. The Chelan Butte edition, you can see in the northern upper half, and what we're calling the Swakane edition, you can see down in the lower left. Here's a more zoomed in map on the right. You can see the Chelan Butte edition. So this one is actually an in-holding, and you can see that it's already completely surrounded by the Chelan Butte wildlife area. And on the left-hand side, you can see in red the proposed Swakane edition for running horse. And you can see the parcel or the section to the north of it is currently a DNR parcel, which WDFW has the lease on. So we manage that as part of our wildlife area. So this addition would be a contiguous addition to what we already manage. We are also applying for a trust land transfer for that DNR parcel to the north. So it would make it even more of a permanent WDFW management. And then you can see to the east and west and to the south that this parcel is bordered by a lot of BLM land. So the Swakane edition, a little bit of information, is 641.88 acres. It's an entire section. The history of this is the private landowners who have owned it for a long time now have for several years approached WDFW in the interest that we would acquire it and manage it as public land. And our goals in this property would be to protect the Wenatchee foothills, some really valuable intact habitat. It's got some really beautiful forbs and high quality bunch grass on this. And we would do this with the aim of wildlife habitat and providing more recreation opportunities. Similar goals for the Chelan Butte. It's a 5-acre parcel. Again, it's an in-holding, which is currently owned by the Chelan Butte. Also, it's currently owned by the Chelan School District, who approached WDFW to see if we would be interested in acquiring it, which we definitely are. Because it's an in-holding, it is a little bit of a management inconvenience to work around government ownership, and I've had members of the public contact me with confusion about whether it's open and what the access is for it. So not only would we be able to protect some high quality habitat and provide for more recreation, it would also ease our management. And the photo on the right, you can see in this draw is where the 5-acre in-holding is. There is no visual distinction. It's between two old agricultural fields, and it's just kind of an oddity of past that it was owned by the Chelan School District. So these parcels are both really beautiful bunchgrass, forb, shrub steppe habitat. But in addition to the habitat itself, the running horse Swakane edition has some really interesting topography, which you can see on the right, which I think is makes this property kind of special. It's got some extreme elevation. There are some big draws and gullies, which hold moisture and snowpack differently throughout the year, which then enables different microclimates, different plant communities, and also variable wildlife use. It can offer cover, it can offer sun and protection and shade throughout the year for any large mammals or smaller animals that could use this parcel. The Swakane edition, or the Chelan Butte edition, is a swale in between two old agricultural fields. So it's got good bunch grasses, it's got good forbs. It doesn't have the extreme topography that the Swakane edition does have. So this habitat, this bunch grass, this shrub steppe is really important. And you can see in this map here, which came from WDFW's recent connectivity exercise. The red is showing the highway being a corridor or a preventative for wildlife passage, but you can see the parcel here in gray is the DNR parcel north of the running horse acquisition. So the entire section south of that is our running horse Swakane addition in question. And you can see from this map, which shows the Columbia Plateau regional biodiversity, how high quality and important that this acquisition would be in maintaining. So with this biodiversity, we have a lot of potential. Well, there is currently the land at the moment is not grazed. It's not leased. It's not developed. It's all natural landscape at the moment. So there is really consistent wildlife use of it. At the moment, I've personally flown over both of these areas doing mule deer and bighorn sheep surveys, and I can attest to the wildlife present on them. In the Swakane and the Chelan Butte, both of those have really high quality mule deer winter range and year-round range. The Wenatchee foothills and the Chelan Butte are really important mule deer habitat in the winter. We don't have as many mule deer year-round, although there are some, but those are both sinks, and animals migrate from really far away to use these areas in the winter. The Chelan Butte also has a resident herd of bighorn sheep, which can go up into this area of the butte and use that year-round. Because both of these are bordered by other public lands for the most part, the acquisition of these would increase our contiguous large-scale habitat, which is important for large mammals who need large home ranges and those large migratory distances. But not only do we have some really exciting big game on these parcels, we also have a lot of other notable species. Now, not all of these species have been documented, but all of these species I feel are, the habitat is proper, and it would be reasonable to expect to see some of not all of these species on these landscapes at some point during the year. Some of them would only use them seasonally, some year-round. So we'd actually have 11 species of greatest conservation need, possibly 4 priority species, 1 federally endangered species, 1 state endangered, 4 candidate, and 3 priority habitats across these parcels. And the reason we would have all of these wonderful east side shrub steppe species is because of how good the habitat is. So you can see in these pictures the bunchgrass and the forbs, and you can tell that these aren't really weedy areas. These are really high quality, gorgeous habitat. And the shrub steppe and grassland around Wenatchee has been degraded in a lot of areas, but these are really beautiful. And lest you can't see the grass for the trees, the landscape it's overall is beautiful, but on the individual, each of these flowers provides really good pollinator habitat. And because it is a healthy bunch grass and shrub steppe system, we actually have a lot of bare ground. And then there's a lot of duff and a lot of other dried vegetation, which are important pollinator habitat. So we have the plants and some really good habitat. There are also numerous endemic Wenatchee species, which again, none of them have been documented on these parcels. We haven't spent enough time on them to really have an accurate list of all the species present. But I think that there is the possibility that several of our endemic Wenatchee plant species could be found on these parcels. Currently, here's an example of some of the plans that support this acquisition or support the reasoning behind it. The Chelan Wildlife Area Management Plan supports bighorn sheep and mule deer habitat improvement and acquisition, and also providing public recreation in a way that balances habitat with the recreation. The Washington Habitat Connectivity Plan has identified some corridors and hotspots for animal movement and migration. And the Washington State Mule Deer Plan also identifies that the acquisition and maintenance of habitat is crucial for the long-term success of the species. So far, we've received community support from a couple of organizations. One of them is the Chelan Douglas Land Trust, so our local land trust to the area, and the land trust it has a similar goal of maintaining native landscapes and managing recreation and habitat and balancing those. TREAD is a local Wenatchee-based organization who focuses on the connection between public and recreation and public land and how to balance all of those things and the health of a community and the health of a landscape around them. On the right-hand side, you can see in this picture, it's like a vine maple growing up. I think this is probably one that was a little bit impacted by the last wildfire that came through, but you can see we're starting to get more of that shrub component coming back after the last fire. So speaking of fire, that is one of the reasons that I think would be really important for us to acquire this, both of these parcels. Both the Running Horse Swakane and the Running Horse Chelan Butte regularly see fires. The Chelan Butte parcel has burned twice in the last 4 years. We had major fires on the Chelan Butte in 2024 and 2022. The Running Horse parcel for the Swakane, this shows the last fire, which was in 2021. And this is our parcel in question here. So wildfire is really good. It's really important. Our east side ecosystems have adapted to fire. We need fire to maintain some of our vegetation, for some of it to propagate. But fire gets complicated where you have the wildland urban interface. And you can see how much Wenatchee and Kashmir have started to grow in this map. And that is where things get difficult. It is much easier to successfully manage the after effects of a fire where there aren't a lot of infrastructure. And so we would be able to manage our contiguous parcel or our contiguous acreage here after a wildfire, given that there isn't a lot of encroachment or public infrastructure around this parcel. Because we really want fire, but we need to be able to manage for it. So you could see how close Wenatchee was in that map. And part of the other aspect of this is Wenatchee and East Wenatchee and Kashmir and Chelan have seen such an enormous population increase in the last 20 years, ranging from like 10% increase in Kashmir to 145% increase in East Wenatchee. And so many of these people really love to get outside. I mean, I do too. It's public, like outdoor recreation is the best. But we also need to be able to provide landscapes for these people to recreate on. And I don't think our available area to recreate on has increased at the same rate as our population. And so I think adding some acreage to the available land for these people who live in these cities to recreate on and close by to their homes is a really important and benefit to these parcels. So this urban connection here in these pictures, you can actually see they're both from the Swakane edition. The left-hand picture shows the Kashmir Valley from up on the parcel in the spring. And then the picture on the right shows from the Swakane edition, the Wenatchee Valley. You can see that winter haze over Wenatchee. But this just really illustrates the proximity to these urban centers that this parcel has. And then the Chelan Butte one is quite close to Chelan as a public center. So the access to these parcels, the Swakane or the Chelan Butte one is quite easy to access. In this map, you can see the yellow line marks the county road. And then we've got a bunch of peach lines, which mark our WDFW access. Those are open to the public for on foot, but they're not open to the public for vehicles, but they make great trails. And so you can see our little black dot in the middle, which is our in holding in question. there's an old road that goes straight through it. There are numerous ways you could approach this parcel. You could kind of come at it from any angle. Given that it's DFW land, you can kind of just wander, and people do. So our Swakane edition, access is possible, but difficult on this one, which I'm looking at as a benefit. So our parcel in question for this is the one in blue. And you can see that there are no public roads that lead straight to it. The pale green line that goes through it is a transmission line, or is the PUD access easement for the transmission lines. So there is no direct, readily accessible from the south, but you can access it via the remaining or the rest of the WDFW land, which is surrounded by the black line there. So you can drive up the yellow, which is Birch Mountain Road, and then you can hike in. And I think that there's enough recreation in Wenatchee and enough people using trails that the opportunity to have more challenging access and less competition is a really good thing. And that same thing will also keep the impact to wildlife down. Like we'd be able to have recreation out there, but it wouldn't be so concentrated that I think it would have a really high negative increase or a negative impact on our mule deer and other species out there. The opportunities on these parcels are pretty much anything non-motorized, which range from hunting on both the Swakane and the Chelan Butte is a popular activity for big game or for upland bird. And additionally, there's shed hunting in the spring, and we also have a lot of people who hike and birdwatch. There are some established trails on Birch Mountain in the Swakane area and on the Chelan Butte. So there's a lot of hiking, and along with hiking comes great bird watching. This is my friends and I out bird watching on the Chelan Butte. And then we're Wenatchee, so we have wonderful wildflowers, and those are great to get out and see every spring. Our current restoration plans, looking into the future for these, if we acquired them, are pretty limited. I think it's primarily noxious weed control at the moment, which there aren't a lot of noxious weeds on either of these parcels, just some along the old roads that would need to be worked on. And then planning for the next fire. It's not an if, but a when. So we'd be planning for the next fire and how we were going to rehab and what we would do afterwards, which might involve helicopter spraying, which would be much easier on a large scale contiguous. And then I'd like to continue to build relationships with the landowners. I know that for the Swakane edition, the private landowners to the east have just entered into a conservation easement with the Chelan Land Trust. So I think it would be interesting to work with them and maybe see if there were ways we can help each other out. And that concludes. So if there are any questions.
Right, thank you so much, Amy. I will go ahead and grab controls back here. We'll turn it over to the advisory committee members for comments and feedback. All right, any comments or feedback for Amy on this project? And if there's any slides you want me to go back to, feel free to let me know. Anything, go right ahead, Misha.
Thank you, Amy, for your presentation. It was very interesting. I'm wondering, you said that the landowners came to Fish and Wildlife to buy the land. Why did they not go to the land trust? Is it because of the difference in management? What are the consequences of Fish and Wildlife managing this parcel versus the land trust? And why was the choice made? So I'd be interested in learning about that.
Yeah, that's a really good question. Sometimes it's hard for me to remember there's two parcels or two parts of this. So the Chelan Butte one is fairly straightforward. It's because it's surrounded by DFW. But for the one that is closer to Wenatchee, the one with Swakane, I don't know. I don't know why the landowners chose to approach WDFW instead of the land trust. That's an interesting question.
So that could be something that maybe during the final evaluation you could touch on a little bit, Amy. So yeah, no pressure to have the answer to that question here, but if there's something you can just maybe integrate into the presentation, or if you're working in partnership with the land trust, you could bring that, just integrate that into your evaluation presentation. Thank you very much, Misha. Kevin, go right ahead.
All right, thank you. In your presentation, you had a slide that talked about population growth in the area and all that. And you don't have to answer this now, but one of the things that's on our criteria here is relative to underserved communities. And given your proximity to those cities, that it seems to me like there might be a point that you could make there that would support that criterion.
Yes, thank you for the reminder. I actually did look up some census statistics on population composition, but I forgot to bring that up. So I'll make sure I do that next time.
Exactly what technical review is for. Very nice. Thank you so much, Kevin. Any other comments or feedback for Amy? All right, I am seeing none, Amy. Thank you so much for your presentation, and we will see you for evaluation.
Wonderful. Thank you, guys. I appreciate the feedback.
Thank you. All right, so next up we have Ancient Lakes. We're running a little bit early, but I do see that Rich Finger is online. So Rich, if you're ready, we'll go ahead and just get you started.
Sure.
We'll go ahead and bring up your presentation, share the screen, and then hand the controls over. Good to see you, Rich.
Yeah, good to see you too, Karen.
All right, so here is your presentation, Rich. Let me hand controls over to you. Go ahead and give that a try.
Having some struggles.
Yeah.
I'm just using my arrow keys. Is that?
Try moving your mouse around.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
My mouse is moving. Okay, so.
Yeah, we've had that with a couple of presenters where the keyboard wasn't working, but you go to the lower left corner, is your keyboard working now?
It is now.
All right.
I think I've got a little bit of a lag. Okay, I think we're good.
Okay, gotcha. All right. So just a reminder, Rich, you know the drill, but we've got 20 minutes for your presentation, 10 minutes at the end for the advisory committee to provide you feedback. I'll go ahead and keep track of time, and I will hand it over to you, and good luck.
All right, great. Thanks so much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rich Finger with the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, and I'll be presenting the Ancient Lakes acquisition proposal in the urban wildlife category. First, let's start off on the location here. The project is in central Washington in Grant County, and it's within and hydrologically influenced by the federally operated Columbia Basin Irrigation Project. The nearest well-known landmark is probably the Gorge Amphitheater, and that sits about 4 miles to the south of the project. And this project is a complete inholding of the Columbia Basin Wildlife Area within the Quincy Lakes unit. For the ecological and biological characteristics of the site, mostly going to be focusing on the importance of the habitat types and the species currently utilizing them. But it's also important, I think, to note on this area the significance of the geologic history and the Ice Age floods that have shaped the landscape from over 13,000 years ago. This project, it occurs within the Potholes Coulee,
and that's a feature of the Ice Age Floods National Geologic Trail. These Ice Age floods, as I said earlier, they occurred between 13,000 and 15,000 years ago, and created the Potholes Coulee and the plunge pools that we now refer to as Ancient Lakes and Dusty Lake. And these plunge pools are very similar to the Dry Falls Cataract that you can see near Coulee City if you're ever up in that area. There's a great visitor center there. And one benefit of the cliff and talus features that resulted from that is that it actually provides sort of a natural protection and barrier from human disturbance to some of the more sensitive areas up on top. So it effectively keeps all human activity restricted down to the lower elevation trails where we prefer it to be. The entire 185-acre Ancient Lakes project area is made up of specific priority habitat types for WDFW, including 25 acres of freshwater wetlands. We got 60 acres of cliff and talus habitat and 100 acres of shrub steppe that consists of Columbia Basin foothill, riparian woodland and shrubland, which is critically imperiled. Intermountain basins, big sagebrush steppe, which is also critically imperiled, and Columbia Plateau steppe and grassland, which is imperiled. So for rare plants, the diverse shrub steppe, the wetlands, and the talus habitats means there's also a big diversity in the seasonality of wildflowers. They're blooming and providing nectar at various times throughout the growing season, which is really great for pollinators. We've got the snowball cactus, a state imperiled species, is known to occur in the area within this habitat type. It's very likely to be up there, but as this is private lands, we have not spent time up there looking, but it's very likely. Milkweed, which is a critical plant to the monarch butterfly life cycle, is very common in the basin. It's very commonly associated with irrigation seep waters, like we have found on this site, and so it's almost certainly growing up there up on top. The cliff and talus habitat on the site supports Townsend's big-eared bat, which are a state candidate, and roosting concentrations of multiple other bat species. The cliff faces are very suitable for nesting prairie falcon, which is a priority species for WDFW. Peregrine falcon are also highly likely to nest on the cliff faces. Golden eagle, they occur just across the river. They nest over there. They are a state candidate, and they likely use this area probably for foraging. And then lastly, we have sage thrasher, which is another state candidate. It has high potential to utilize the shrub steppe habitat that occurs on these parcels. The wetland habitats can support tiger salamanders. They're very likely to occur in the ancient lakes and the wetlands that are higher up on these parcels, and they are a species of greatest conservation need. There's also various species of waterfowl that occur here, like tundra swans. They're a priority species. And then there's some species of greatest conservation need, such as Barrow's goldeneye and cinnamon teal. Trails management and sustainability has been a really hot topic for this unit, for the wildlife area, for about 7 years. And this topic has resulted in a considerable amount of planning and outreach efforts in hopes of gaining community support. As a result of those efforts, I'm pretty confident in saying that this project is widely supported. The Columbia Basin Wildlife Area Plan, which was finalized in 2022, it essentially directs agency staff to improve access and other recreational opportunities through acquisition of inholdings within the wildlife area in a prioritized way. And development of this plan was pretty involved. So it included regular engagement with the Wildlife Area Advisory Committee, And that's a diverse group of stakeholders that represent the wildlife area. And that was a 2-year development process. There were 2 public meetings, and it also went through the SEPA process, which included a 30-day public comment window. So it's gone through extensive public review. The public comments were supportive, and they also recognized the importance of identifying and attempting to acquire inholdings from willing sellers in this area. They've seen some of the development that's gone on above the coulees. There's excellent vistas up there, and they had concerns about it. The Quincy Lakes unit has a handful of critical inholdings on the wildlife area, and this project is the top priority of those. And there's also Grant County's comprehensive plan, which encourages the retention of open space and development of recreational opportunities, encourages the conservation of fish and wildlife habitat, and supports increased access to natural resource lands and waters. During the development of the Columbia Basin Wildlife Area Plan, WDFW created an additional 11-member stakeholder group specifically for Quincy Lakes Trails planning. Organizations that were represented by stakeholders include the Ice Age Floods Institute, Evergreen Mountain Bike Alliance, Backcountry Horsemen, Port of Quincy and Chamber of Commerce, Washington Trails Alliance, Pheasants Forever, Washington Waterfowl Association, Washington Climbers Coalition, and adjacent landowners. And this group really helped us out a lot. They participated in 2 site visits and 3 workshops over the winter. And what we did is we wanted to identify all the critical trails that needed to be designated routes for the future. So the goal was just to identify what was absolutely necessary to make this this unit functional from a trails access standpoint. We also had representation from the Bureau of Reclamation, the Bureau of Land Management, and the Grant County Weed Board. Since 2020, WFW has been seeking grant funding to support the Quincy Lakes trails. This seeks to improve the recreational experience by designating, managing, and maintaining trails and installing kiosks and signage. We've received 16 letters of support for this broader effort, and acquiring this parcel directly would support that effort. And I'll explain a little bit more why later. Support comes from trails advocacy groups, state, federal, and tribal partners, adjacent landowners, bicycle and equestrian groups, the Quincy Port District, Grant County Planning, and the local fire protection district. Most of the support letters emphasize the need for designated, managed, and maintained trails with appropriate directional signage. And this project supports that by allowing us to designate a critical portion of the trail for public use. Our 13-member Wildlife Area Advisory Committee is also supportive. And we are not aware of any opposition to this acquisition project or any of our efforts to better manage the trail system at the Quincy Lakes. Because of the critical habitat that occurs here, development permitting might be difficult and costly. But water, power, and road access are all in pretty easy reach of these parcels. And like I said earlier, I think views like you get from a property such as this, to some people, they're going to be worth that high cost of mitigation. So I think there is a risk here. I think it's likely only a matter of time before somebody attempts to acquire and develop these parcels. But how much time, of course, is impossible to say. And on top of that, the landowner could decide to exclude public access at any time. This is something that we've seen kind of a trend in the Columbia Basin in recent years. So there's a lot of community benefits and public recreational access gained by this relatively small acquisition. The project area supports underserved communities that are highly impacted by environmental health disparities, such as pesticide exposure, lead exposure risk, water quality, socioeconomic factors such as poverty and lack of education, and respiratory disease. Outdoor recreation is widely recognized for its health benefits, and though it may not be able to reduce the disparities that I just described, I think it can improve the overall health and well-being of individuals, and it can make them more resilient to these risks. So this property, as I mentioned earlier, is an in-holding within the wildlife area, as you can see in the maps here that show the ownership. WDFW controls through either fee title or management agreement all sides except the north, and that's owned by Grant County PUD. The property contains a heavily used recreational trail, which you can see by the black dashed line, that is accessible from 2 different trailheads. So those 2 trailheads you can see on this map. And this is a Strava heat map. And if you're not familiar with Strava, it's a user generated data set where, basically those lines there are showing you where people are choosing to hike. So it's just a compilation of multiple, people walking and mapping those routes. And so where you see the thicker white hot lines, that tells you those are highly used trails is what you're seeing. And so you can see those trail segments within that yellow box on the north side of the Ancient Lakes. They connect that Ancient Lakes trailhead with the Judith Pool trailhead. And that's despite being in private ownership. There's no signage that says this is private. There's no, no trespassing signs or anything like that. The landowners seem to be aware this is going on and they're okay with it. But it is a risk, I think. Mountain biking is really popular in the Ancient Lakes. It draws users from all over the state. So it's shown here on the map on the right. Most participants in a recent bike race came from the Seattle area, but we get participants from all over the state. So this area is really it's a special place. And so we try to accommodate these kinds of events as much as we can, but we also have to balance the sensitive habitats out there. The wildlife area does permit 2 to 3 race events annually, but currently the routes must avoid the private land in holdings for obvious reasons, and this does complicate that process of permitting those events and making them real functional. Hiking is by far the most popular use on the project. Hikers would be significantly impacted by the loss of access to that trail on the north side of Ancient Lakes. Without public access to this project, hikers coming from the west would be unable to reach the waterfall. That's a prime destination on a hot summer day. It's prime destination really for everybody. It's a big draw. Shoot. Ancient Lakes is open year-round and it's stocked by our DFW fish program. Most success for anglers is during April to June and then in October. There's good fishing access along the shores of the Ancient Lakes because the rocky slopes, they remain unvegetated, and it makes it possible for casting and retrieving. Horseback riding is really popular in the area, but the loss of trails on this project, it would likely have minimal impact on this user group. But the success of the broader multiple use approach of trails is largely dependent upon having trail routes that are preferred by some user groups. It kind of helps separate where user groups are and reduces potential for conflict. So all trails are valuable, even if it's not to a particular user group. The project area is going to add to the existing Quincy Lakes unit, if funded, of the Columbia Basin Wildlife Area. The Columbia Basin Wildlife Area headquarters is just about 30 minutes away in Moses Lake. Columbia Basin Wildlife Area will continue efforts to provide a sustainable designated trail system across the Quincy Lakes unit while ensuring that to the greatest extent possible, the protection of sensitive areas from by avoiding them wherever possible. The area will be managed to provide multi-use recreational opportunities such as hiking, biking, horseback riding, fishing, and hunting. I skipped a slide or two. Hold on. Apologize. Okay. Trail sustainability projects are needed on this parcel due to some braiding and erosion. And project elements have already been scoped by TREAD. And TREAD is for those of you that don't know, is a trails advocacy group out of Wenatchee, Washington. And so they're very skilled in identifying sustainability needs. And they did a really great job on a project out there of the entire inventory of trails in that general area. The surrounding area is already managed by WDFW staffs, and it requires pretty minimal weed control. Vegetation management is going to involve, treating county listed noxious weeds, but also seeking opportunities to reduce cheatgrass using some pre-emergent herbicides. We typically do that post-fire because we get the best chemical contact, but there are products out there that are showing some promise that can be applied when there is vegetated ground. So we'll be looking into that. And just one other note is that we do have an agreement with the Bureau of Land Management. It's called a Good Neighbor Agreement, and it has a pretty robust amount of funding in it. It's intended to support post-fire rehabilitation efforts. It's sort of set up to work in areas where WDFW and BLM lands commingle. They do here, and so I think we would have pretty easy access to those funds for any kind of work, post-fire work we wanted to do here. So that's a great asset. And thanks for listening. So I'd be happy to take any questions.
Right. Thank you very much, Rich. Nice presentation. I'll go ahead and grab controls back. If anybody needs me to go to a slide, feel free to let me know. And then we'll go ahead and open it up to the advisory committee for comments or feedback for Rich. Go ahead, Misha.
Hi, Rich. Thank you for your presentation. I have a couple of questions. One is about increase recreational use if that property becomes public, and if there are any measures to mitigate the impact on the plants and the wildlife if there is a more of an increase in public usage. You showed a heat map of public usage through Strava, and I wonder how it reflects the total population use. My guess would be Strava would be probably more biased towards people who are running or biking, who use that app. Maybe the people who hike or just recreate occasionally might not be using Strava. So I wonder if that would be different from those who have the Strava app. So I'm curious to see kind of the total usage by the people. And you also mentioned use of the herbicide. I'm wondering about the herbicide, any kind of side runoffs into the lake, and how that might impact the insects and the plants in the lake after the usage of the herbicide.
Okay, yeah, thanks.
And you don't need to answer it now. If you want to answer it in your final presentation, I think that's what everybody is doing, and then just incorporate in your final presentation.
Okay, great. Happy to answer them now, but I think it would be better probably just to get more questions, so I'm better prepared for the next one. So thank you, Misha. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, anybody else? Thank you, Misha. Any other comments or feedback for Rich? All right, I am seeing none, Rich. Thank you so much. Misha, your hand is up. Did you have another or is that a holdover? Okay, all right. All right, I see no more. Thank you so much, Rich.
Thank you.
We'll see you at evaluation.
All right, sounds great. Bye.
All right, so that brings us to our afternoon break. At 2:15, we have Spokane County Parks. I'm going to look to see if we have anybody from Spokane County Parks on the call. Maybe we could stay a little bit ahead of schedule. I am not seeing anybody, so it looks like we're going to take a little bit of a longer break this afternoon. So that'll be about a half an hour. We've got 2:15. We'll be back for Spokane County Parks for their project. And Greg, see your hand up.
Yeah, I just had a question about the last presentation. It was more about eligibility. And I was just wondering how the eligibility, I remember yesterday you mentioned eligibility with the urban wildlife and the population base, and I'm just wondering, given that rural characteristic, how whether applicants have already looked at eligibility before going into this, or the eligibility is part of this review process.
Yeah, so really good observation, Greg. As the presentation was happening, the OGMs and I were on another chat, and we were checking eligibility on this one because there is that urban wildlife habitat qualifier for in proximity to an urban area. It does meet eligibility requirements barely. However, it is within 5 miles of a designated urban cluster with a population of 5,000 or more. So we did check eligibility on that one. We will see that with with a lot of these projects where it's kind of like they could be eligible in multiple categories. It's just a matter of where the best fit is. So there might still be some conversation with Department of Fish and Wildlife about categories. That's something that you also might see during technical review, as you might see some projects dropping from one category and switching over to another. We did actually have one of those happen right before technical review, where a project, I think it was dropped from critical habitat or maybe even natural areas and moved over to riparian protection. That can actually happen between technical review and technical completion in July. So you might see that project back here in urban wildlife habitat for evaluation, or it might get switched to another category. But we'll have those conversations with DFW, but it is eligible in this category, Greg.
Okay, thank you.
Good observation. Thanks for that. Nancy, go right ahead.
Yeah, I had the same thought. In fact, I already put it in my comments. So that said, Karen, then as long as we know that they're eligible, do we not take that into consideration, when we're evaluating?
Correct. You don't take into consideration whether or not it is or is not eligible in urban wildlife habitat. We've confirmed that it is. It's really going to be based upon how they address the evaluation criteria for your scoring.
Gotcha. Thank you.
All right. You're very welcome. All right. Any other questions before we break this afternoon? All right. So I'll see everybody back here about 2:15. Have a nice break. All right, we are back here. It is 2:15 and everybody is starting to join back in. We have 3 more projects this afternoon, starting with Spokane County Parks and Rec. And do we have somebody from Spokane Parks? Looks like I have Jonathan Smith signed up. And I think I see Jonathan there. Are you with us, Jonathan? Jonathan, are you with us? If you are there, it looks like you might be muted. Jonathan, are you with us? Is there anybody else from Spokane County Parks? All right, I see Jonathan with us, but I do not see him. Bear with us for just a minute. We'll see if we can't get Jonathan on here. All right. There's Jonathan. Jonathan, can you hear me? Jonathan? I can see you. Would somebody else mind unmuting themselves and calling on Jonathan and see if maybe he can hear you all?
Jonathan Smith, can you hear us?
Can everybody else hear us? You can.
Yes.
Maybe
Could
send a
he see the
message?
chat or no?
Yeah, chat message.
All right, we'll see if he responds back.
He's shaking his head. No.
Looks, Jonathan, can you hear us? I saw you took yourself off mute. Thank you, Joe. We do not have our next presenter, so we'll give Jonathan a couple minutes to see if he can figure this out. I have not received a response back in the chat. I don't know that he knows to check it.
Yeah, I hear you now.
You hear us now. Okay, great. Well, hello, welcome, Jonathan.
Hi.
All right, so I have your presentation up here. I'm just going to confirm that is the right one.
That is.
Great. I'm going to go ahead and hand remote controls over to you, Jonathan, and then I am going to go ahead and keep track of time. Just a reminder, we have 20 minutes for the presentation, and then we'll wrap up with 10 minutes with the advisory committee comments and feedback. And I will go ahead and turn the floor over to you, and good luck, Jonathan.
Sounds great. Thank you. So my name is Jonathan Smith. I'm with Spokane County Parks, and today I'll be presenting our Dishman Hills Area Acquisition Project. The subject property is 102 acres and was conserved through fee simple acquisition in 2023 for $3,590,000. I'll be referring to this property as the Ponderosa Springs property throughout this presentation. Sorry. little technical difficulties. Acquisition of the Ponderosa Springs property will enhance public access by securing low-impact recreational opportunities close to Spokane and Spokane Valley neighborhoods, while protecting one of the last intact segments of the wildlife corridor identified in the 1995 Dishman Hills Joint Management Plan. Spokane County is requesting $1,816,000, which is acquisition and associated costs, from the WWRP to reimburse the Spokane County Conservation Futures Program to ensure the program is positioned to continue acquiring valuable properties like the Ponderosa Springs property as they become available. There we go. Typical landscape character of the Ponderosa Springs property is a classic dry ponderosa forest mixed with patches of shrubland and grassland. All of it is shaped by the Dishman Hills' unique geology, glacially carved ridges, little potholes, winding ravines that give this area its distinct character. Location. So location, of course, is in Spokane County. And if you're not familiar with the Dishman Hills Conservation and Natural Areas, they're located south of the city of Spokane and the city of Spokane Valley, right down here. The Ponderosa Springs property is the central Glen Rose unit, right here in the middle of the Dishman Hills Conservation Area. The Spokane Valley city limits border the Dishman Hills Conservation Area on the east and on the north, and the city of Spokane limits lies less than a mile to the west. The property outlined in orange here was owned by a private landowner who completed preliminary platting for development of the property. The property sits right in the heart of an important north-south wildlife corridor. It's basically a key link that allows animals to move between Camp Caro here on the north side to the Rocks of Sharon and Towner Mountain all the way here at the south side down here. By acquiring Ponderosa Springs property, we're filling in one of the missing pieces that ties the Dishman Hills Natural Area more tightly to the Dishman Hills Conservation Area. In other words, it strengthens the continuity of protected land and keeps this movement corridor functioning the way it was envisioned to. The corridor isn't just important to the Dishman Hills area, it connects to much larger habitat systems, including places like the Turnbull Wildlife Refuge and the Mica Peak corridor. It also is a route that animals such as moose and white-tailed deer use when they move seasonally back and forth from Idaho. By protecting this stretch, we're keeping a really important ecological pathway intact. It helps sustain regional wildlife populations and supports overall biodiversity across the area. The property has, oh, I gotta go back here, so I apologize. The property has 3 perennial springs because these springs flow year-round. They create pockets of riparian vegetation and provide reliable waters for amphibians, invertebrates, and other species that depend on moist habitats. All of that adds ecological richness to the area and supports the overall diversity of habitats on the site. We've documented a wide range of wildlife in the Dishman Hills Conservation Natural Areas, everything from moose, elk, and deer to cougars, raptors, butterflies, and a variety of small animals. There are several species here that are considered sensitive or high priority for conservation. That includes moose that use the area for migration and feeding, Rocky Mountain elk, and several important bird species like bald eagles, northern goshawk, peregrine falcons, fumigated owls, and veau swifts, and pileated woodpeckers. On top of that, the Dishman Hills contains multiple priority habitat types: mature ponderosa pines, forests, mixed conifer stands, cliffs, aspen pockets, plenty of snags and down logs. All these elements contribute to the larger biodiversity corridor we're working to protect. The plant diversity in this area is incredibly rich. Across the Dishman Hills Conservation Area, 288 different vascular plant species have been documented. That includes familiar species like red osier dogwood, as well as some more uncommon plants such as Howellia, camas, and inflated sedge. All of this variety highlights how ecologically valuable Dishman Hills and the Ponderosa Springs property is, not just for wildlife, but for the health and resilience of the entire plant community. The ecological condition of the Ponderosa Springs property is strong. There's been a steady forest health work over the years, things like thinning, removing slash, and reducing ladder fuels. All of that proactive management has helped make the forest more resilient to wildfire, which is a huge benefit for long-term conservation. This property is one of the last remaining large unprotected pieces of land in the Dishman Hills corridor. Because of increasing residential development pressures in the area, it's a real risk of being fragmented. Protecting it now moves us one step closer to ensuring the corridor stays intact and functioning as a connected natural landscape. On the previous slide, you could see how the area has been platted, and the Ponderosa Springs property shows it had been preliminary platted, meaning that it was ready for utility infrastructure. This acquisition lines up well with the goals of the Spokane County Comprehensive Plan. It directly supports protecting wildlife corridors, safeguarding critical areas and riparian systems, expanding access to open space, and strengthening regional trail connections. This acquisition is consistent with several specific policies in the plan, including the open space and natural environments policies, the transportation linkages that encourage connected trail networks. This project also aligns directly with the Spokane County Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan. One of the key policies, Policy 5.4, specifically calls for the continuation of acquiring land and support efforts to connect the Dishman Hills Natural Area with the Eiler Creek unit of the Dishman Hills Conservation Area. This acquisition moves us toward achieving this goal. It also emphasizes expanding protected areas within this corridor and creating public access through well-designed trailheads that can serve multiple communities. This acquisition checks all of those boxes. The Ponderosa Springs property was acquired through the Spokane County Conservation Futures Program. The nomination was submitted in 2022, and that's in what's called an unforeseen opportunity, meaning it was nominated outside the regular application window. For a property like this to be acquired, it had to be fully evaluated and actually score higher than every property still on the acquisition list. The Ponderosa Springs did, which really speaks to its conservation value. The purchase was finalized in 2023. This project also lines up with the Spokane County Regional Trail Plan. One of the listed goals identified as Project 4K calls for a creation of a multi-use natural surface trail that will connect Spokane Valley near Apple Way with the Stevens Creek trailhead in the Dishman Hills Conservation Area. This acquisition helps make that kind of connection possible by preserving the land needed to link those trail systems together. This project also lines up with the RCO's focus on preserving landscapes of statewide importance. The Dishman Hills area is actually recognized as the 2019 RCO statewide recreational asset report as one of those significant landscapes. So by protecting this property, we're supporting a region that the state has already identified as an ecologically and recreationally valuable. We have a long standing partnership behind this effort. Spokane County Parks, Department of Natural Resources, and the Dishman Hills Conservancy have been working together for decades. This acquisition continues that collaboration and adds to an already co-managed landscape of about 3,200 acres. In other words, it strengthens a partnership that's been supporting the Dishman Hills for a very long time. We also have full local approval for this project. The Board of County Commissioners passed a resolution on March 28th, 2023, officially authorizing the acquisition. So the project has been vetted and endorsed at the county level. We also received strong community support for this project by quite a few different organizations and agencies. The Dishman Hills Conservation and Natural Area is designed for low impact public use that focuses on activities like hiking, walking, trail running, wildlife viewing, and nature education. There's no motorized use allowed, which helps protect the habitat and keep experience quiet and natural for visitors. The acquisition of the Ponderosa Springs property also strengthens the regional trail system. It helps secure continuous trail connections between Glenrose Trailhead and the Phillips Creek Trailhead and the Dishman Hills Natural Area. These connections support non-motorized travel and offer more options for recreation close to home, making the entire network more usable to the community. This project also supports public health and equity by bringing nature closer to some of the fastest growing neighborhoods in Spokane County. About 90% of the land in Spokane County is privately owned, which means there's just as much public open space to begin with. And most of what we do have is concentrated in places like Turnbull Wildlife Refuge, Mount Spokane State Park, and Riverside State Park, areas that aren't always close to where people live. By adding this property, the total protected area in Dishman Hills corridor would reach about 3,200 acres, giving thousands of residents better access to trails, natural space right in their own community. This area also creates great opportunities for environmental education because the site has such diverse habitats, and especially because of the springs, it's a natural place for citizen science projects, pollinator studies, and hands-on learning. As well, it's well suited for school field trips, community programs, and anyone interested in exploring and learning about the natural environment up close. Protecting this property will also help reduce community wildlife conflicts. Keeping this land as natural habitat encourages animals like moose, elk, and cougars to stay within the wild areas they rely on, rather than wandering into nearby neighborhoods. It's a win for wildlife and win for public safety. We also follow the 2014 Noxious Weed Control Plan for managing invasive species plants on that site. This means that we use an integrated approach, treating weeds where they need reseeding those areas with native plants, and then monitoring over time to make sure the habitat stays healthy. This acquisition is also supported through the Spokane County Conservation Futures Program. Under this program, 25% of the annual revenue generated by the Conservation Futures property tax levy is set aside specifically for maintaining lands acquired through the program. So not only is the property protected, but there is a dedicated long-term funding source to help care for it. This work is also supported by the 2020 Forest Management Plan for the Glenrose unit. That plan focuses on thinning, reducing fuels, protecting riparian areas, and improving wildlife habitat. Some of that work is also already underway. About 25 acres were treated in 2025. We also have a strong track record of managing lands in this area. Spokane County, Department of Natural Resources, and Dishman Hills Conservancy have all been working together for many years on adjacent properties. That includes doing detailed resource inventories, regular monitoring, and working with partners on enforcement when needed. All of that experience carries directly into this project, especially through the Dishman Hills NRCA Joint Management Plan. That plan set up coordinated multi-agency governance, ongoing monitoring, and adaptive management tools, along with use restrictions that are tied to ecological thresholds. Thank you for this opportunity to present this project, and I am ready for any of your questions.
All right, thank you very much, Jonathan. I'm going to go ahead and take controls back. And then we will turn it over to advisory committee members for comments and or questions to integrate into the final presentation. I do want to say, Jonathan, I really appreciate you having this map at the very end of your presentation for dialogue with the advisory committee members. So I think this is really helpful. I do want to just kind of point out something that I saw throughout your slides. There seems to be on several of the slides kind of early on, like a little, it looked like a little like label on the right-hand side. Did anybody else happen to see that throughout the presentation? Okay, you did as well, Misha. So maybe check that. Funny thing is I'm not seeing it now. But I did see it during the presentation. So I don't know, Jonathan, if it's maybe something that's stamping it on your end, but there was this little tiny label up in this, in the blue. I couldn't read what it said. I think it said, one of the grant managers sent it to me. Let me see, because I'm like, what does that say? It says, all changes have been saved, is what it says. So maybe we could do just like maybe a practice session or something before the evaluation to just kind of make sure that that doesn't pop up. But okay. All right, great. We'll go ahead. I'll get back to the very last slide. And if there's any advisory committee members that has comments, we'll get back to your map. Any comments or feedback for Jonathan? I am not. Oh, it looks like we've got Greg. Greg, go right ahead.
Yeah, just a point of clarification. The property already been purchased. Is that right? And the funding is for reimbursing the Conservation Futures Program.
That's correct. It's similar to previous acquisitions we have made through the Conservation Futures Program, like for the Mica Peak Conservation Area, where since the property was available, that's what the Conservation Futures is for. We acquired it and then looked for reimbursement of that cost in the grant round.
Right, Kevin, go right ahead, and then Nancy.
Yeah, this is not a serious question. But since, well, before Nancy, no one else had raised their hands. I was just curious, was that moose photo real or was that AI?
Moose photo. Yeah, no,
moose
that was real.
in a little pool.
That was no, that was real. That was from a article in from the Spokesman Review.
Classic, wonderful. Thanks.
Don't see that every day. Go ahead, Misha.
Thanks, Jonathan, for your presentation. I just have a comment about the main slides. They occupy just a small section of the main graphic or the map of the whole slide, and I was having a hard time reading the labels on them and the text. I think it would be better to get rid of the Spokane County logo and the RCO technical review box and just expand the graphic for the final presentation, and maybe even minimize the right sidebar or use the bullet points from it inside the main slide so that we could see the full map or the graphics and read the titles and descriptions in them.
Great idea. Thank you.
Great advice, Misha. We always mention try to take up as much real estate with those visuals as possible, so that you can really see them, because they do have the tendency to look pretty small on the screen. All right, any other comments or feedback? Heather, go right ahead. Heather, are you there? If you're talking, you are on mute.
Sorry, I was going to echo what Misha said, and just add to that visually engaging part. I wanted to see more photos of the site and ones that were directly related to some of the things you were talking about, like public access. Can you show some of the trails? You know, people actually hiking in the parking lot. You know, just ways to like bring us in and draw us into the site. Like Misha said, you have some room on the slide to make those maps easier to read, and then also probably add some additional visual elements to engage the site. And I think there were other hands up. I think there might have been a delay to you, Karen, so I'm not sure if other people were waiting to also.
I see
Yeah,
Nancy's hand up. Yeah. I don't know that I see anybody else, but if I miss anybody, please feel free to just unmute yourself. Thank you for that, Heather. Nancy, go right ahead.
Well, I first raised my hand just to say I really like the moose photo, but that was already commented. I think it would be helpful. There were some really there was a really interesting diversity of species listed, animals and plants. And so I think a little bit more information on how those that inventory is going to be maintained, and how it will the list will be protected over time through the project would be helpful.
All right, thank you very much for that, Nancy. Anyone else have any comments or feedback for Jonathan? I see no hands up. All right. Well, Jonathan, thank you very much for joining us. Good presentation, and we will see you back for evaluation.
Great. Thank you. Thanks for your time.
All right. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right. Next, we have Jefferson Land Trust. Let's see. It looks like we have, do we have anybody from Jefferson Land Trust?
I'm here. Hi, Karen.
Oh, hello. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. Thanks so much.
Let's see. Let me get your presentation up here. All right. Going to share my screen. We'll make sure this is the right presentation, and then I will hand controls over to you. Does that look about right?
Yes, that's it. Thank you.
Great. All right. I've got the remote control here. Go ahead and give that a try. Move your cursor around, and I'll let you know when it shows up on this end. There we go. I can see your cursor. And then to advance, yep, you've got it lower left. And then they should pop up, maybe hover a little bit more to the right. We want to make sure that you can advance your slides on your own.
Okay. I think I should be able to do it with the...
Yep. Go ahead and give it a try on your keyboard. Some people have been able to use their keyboard, others not.
Okay.
But whichever works, there could be a little bit of a lag or a delay, but it looks like you've got controls. And just a reminder, we have got 20 minutes for your presentation and then 10 minutes with the advisory committee for comments and feedback. And I'll go ahead and keep track of time. So I'll hand it over to you. Good luck.
Great. Thank you, Karen. Hi, everyone. My name is Marlo Moser. I work as the Conservation Coordinator at Jefferson Land Trust. We are a nationally accredited nonprofit that protects land primarily in East Jefferson County, Washington. And today I'm here to present our application for funding to support fee simple acquisitions for phase 3 of our Quimper Wildlife Corridor project. So the Quimper Wildlife Corridor project area is located in Northeast Jefferson County in Western Washington and is a largely undeveloped, contiguous forested area stretching about 3.5 miles across the northern Quimper Peninsula. And so the project area is shown outlined in black. It follows the course of a 100-year floodplain mapped in light blue and is located 3 miles from Protection Island, where 70% of Puget Sound seabirds nest. So the Quimper Wildlife Corridor project area acts as a regional migratory flyway and provides habitat for over 130 species of birds, in addition to many other wildlife within a rapidly developing urban growth area of Port Townsend. So as you can see, the Cornwall Wildlife Corridor project area sits about halfway within the city limits of Port Townsend and about halfway out into unincorporated Jefferson County. But all of the acquisitions proposed within the scope of this grant request are within Port Townsend city limits. So I'm about to walk you through a series of slides which add layers to my current map. And so at the bottom left corner of the screen, there's a corresponding legend, and I'll explain new layers as they're added. But the Cornwall Wildlife Corridor project area encompasses 6 major wetland habitat areas, and those wetlands are mapped here in this darker blue outline. In addition to providing habitat and safe passage for numerous wildlife, the Cornwall Wildlife Corridor also functions as a natural stormwater management system and includes a popular 7-mile network of multimodal trails where users can engage with nature and move between neighborhoods. In the late 1800s, the Cornwall Wildlife Corridor, along with much of Port Townsend, was platted into 50 by 100-foot lots, and today remains divided into hundreds of individually owned parcels, many with unexercised development rights and right-of-way access, making this area uniquely vulnerable to piecemeal development. Fortunately, for over 30 years, Jefferson Land Trust, the City of Port Townsend, Jefferson County, and others have worked to protect the Cornwall Wildlife Corridor, and to date, together, have permanently protected a total of 336 acres here. So the land that Jefferson Land Trust protects here is shown in green, and other protected lands are in this orange. We've also got some conservation easements in blue. This success has been made possible by strong community support and funding from 2 previous RCO grants. RCO funded Phase 1 in 2020 helped us secure core wetlands and trailheads, and RCO funded Phase 2 in 2022 helped us to double permanently protected acreage in the Cornwall Wildlife Corridor project area. So as we head into Phase 3, we've chosen to restrict our geographic envelope to target acquisition of properties that are under the highest threat of development and, if protected, could yield the highest benefit to the function of the entire project area due to their proximity to existing protection. And so within the scope of this grant request, the Land Trust aims to acquire and protect 11.3 priority acres of primarily mesic forest habitat and about 14.2 acres of forested rights of way to connect protected habitat blocks and to preserve trail connections. So the parcels that we aim to acquire within the scope of this grant are outlined in yellow, and then the rights of way we're aiming to vacate and protect are highlighted in yellow. You can see my cursors on them here. In 2025, the Land Trust was awarded a significant leadership grant from the Camilla Chandler Foundation, which has allowed us to already begin acquisition work associated with this next phase. And we intend to apply for waivers of retroactivity for any properties listed in this grant request that we end up acquiring prior to any award. The Cornwall Wildlife Corridor encompasses 6 major freshland wetland habitat areas, which support communities of salmonberry, Nootka rose, slough sedge, and hardhack, and in some places, stands of quaking aspen and red alder. And a mosaic of second growth forest types surrounds and connects these wetlands. And their conditions are typical of Western Washington coastal forests, receiving an average rainfall of about 19 to 20 inches per year. Mesic forest habitat covers the majority of the Cornwall Wildlife Corridor project area and is dominated by western red cedar, Douglas fir, and then red alder, Scowler's willow, and bitter cherry are scattered throughout, with understories of salmonberry, red elderberry, and other native shrubs. Drier forests are limited to nutrient-poor sites and south-facing slopes and feature lots of Douglas fir and scattered Pacific madrone with understories of salal and ocean spray. And while forests of the Cornwall Wildlife Corridor are generally estimated to be about 120 years old or younger, structural complexity is increasing in some areas as standing snags and down logs are created through natural shade suppression, disturbance, and ecological management by Land Trust staff and volunteers. There are some noxious weeds like English holly and English ivy that occur in the Cornwall Wildlife Corridor, and our stewardship prioritizes control of these noxious weeds. Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife priority habitats within the Quimper Wildlife Corridor project area include cliffs and bluffs at the project area's western extent, and freshwater emergent wetlands, freshwater forest and shrub wetlands, and snags and downlogs throughout the project area. Priority species and species of greatest conservation need listed in the 2025 State Wildlife Action Plan include golden eagle, common loon, band-tailed pigeon, pelican duck, and purple martin. Overall, 34 species of mammals, over 130 species of birds, and 10 species of reptiles and amphibians have been documented in the Quimper Wildlife Corridor. Excitingly, biologists of Panthera's Olympic Cougar Project have documented multiple occurrences of cougar activity within the Quimper Wildlife Corridor project area in recent years, including sightings of mothers with kittens. And this photo, if you can see the cougar here, is of one observed in the Quimper Wildlife Corridor in January 2024. Flowers of red flowering currant, salmonberry, elderberry, ocean spray, and more feed native bees, butterflies, and moths, and Anna's and Rufous hummingbirds nest in mature Douglas fir, grand fir, and western red cedar throughout the project area. The Quimper Wildlife Corridor project area covers the largest swath of natural habitat and the largest drainage basin in the city of Port Townsend. It provides essential connected territory for wildlife and benefits water quality, flood control, and groundwater recharge functions. And its trails offer free access to nature within city limits and serve as non-motorized neighborhood connectors. Once again, just 3 miles from Protection Island, the Quimper Wildlife Corridor functions as a regional migratory flyway for birds as well. Continued protection of the Quimper Wildlife Corridor is supported by local comprehensive plans. Jefferson County has been an instrumental partner in protection of the Quimper Wildlife Corridor, and continued protection of the Wildlife Corridor aligns with goals set in the county's 2018 comprehensive plan and in its updated version being developed, particularly with goals to preserve open space corridors, protect critical areas, conserve wildlife habitat, and to provide safe and accessible trail systems. Support for the Quimper Wildlife Corridor by the City of Port Townsend has been expressed in several resolutions and ordinances over the course of our 30-year partnership in this effort, beginning with City Ordinance 2976, which established a joint management plan for the area, followed by Resolution 09034, which supported preservation of public trails. The Quimper Wildlife Corridor is also acknowledged in the city's Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan and in its Active Transportation Plan. And the city's 2025 Comprehensive Plan identifies the heart of the Quimper Wildlife Corridor as a future park area, signaling the city's desire to maintain this area in its undeveloped condition, but not interfering with property owners' legal rights to develop there if they choose to do so. Just last month, the city passed Resolution 26006, which sets a public hearing for the proposed vacation of a total of 28 acres of undeveloped rights-of-way in the Quimper Wildlife Corridor project area. Here is a map again that once again shows the rights-of-way proposed for vacation. And within the scope of this grant, the rights-of-way that the Land Trust would acquire and protect are the ones highlighted in yellow. Right-of-way vacation is generally discouraged by city code, but in this case would yield strong public benefit and further goals set in the city's comprehensive plan. The city typically requires payment for the appraised value of vacated rights-of-way, but in this special case is willing to waive that requirement so that the donation value may be leveraged as match for this grant application. This is something that the Land Trust has hoped to accomplish for many years, and we're very excited to be collaborating with the city on it now. Jefferson Land Trust has engaged the public in its conservation planning efforts via the development of its 100-year conservation plan in 2010 and in the development of complementary strategic plans every 3 to 5 years since. Development of these plans involves organized gatherings, online surveys, public agency outreach, and throughout all of it, over time, our community has consistently identified protection of the Quimper Wildlife Corridor as a top priority. In the development of our application for this grant, we were very grateful to receive multiple strong letters of support from various local groups, including the entire Port Townsend School District. All unprotected lands in the Kumper Wildlife Corridor are zoned for low to mid-density single-family residences, allowing for potential development of more than 140 homes here. The city of Port Townsend expects a 17% population increase by the year 2045. And additional housing to meet this need is already developing along the edges of the Kumper Wildlife Corridor. In recent years, this has been occurring especially along the east side of the Hendrick Street Trail. So my cursor is sort of along the Hendrick Street Trail, which forms the eastern boundary of our geographic envelope for this grant. Colleagues at the City of Port Townsend have shared that they've recently been receiving interest from developers in forested properties just west of the Hendrick Street Trail in this area highlighted in yellow. Development of these parcels west of the Hendrick Street Trail would not only fragment habitat here and potentially destroy existing public trails, but would likely make it easier to develop additional properties even further west into the Kumper Wildlife Corridor. Trailcrest is a development just outside of the Kumper Wildlife Corridor project area that was finished just a couple of years ago and illustrates the losses that could be faced if the Kumper Wildlife Corridor is not protected in time. Numerous small parcels in diverse private ownership create a conservation challenge that we can't sufficiently meet with conservation easements. And so fee simple acquisition is the primary tool that we'll be using to protect properties in the Kumper Wildlife Corridor. The Kumper Wildlife Corridor benefits nearby residents and the many tourists who visit our area with its family-friendly trails that connect neighborhoods and are suitable for hiking, running, bike riding, and horseback riding. They can be accessed from multiple points throughout the project area. And on this map, you can see little P symbols that designate where folks can park their cars and walk in. Trailheads along Jefferson transit routes provide no-cost access to nature for residents who may otherwise face barriers to reaching regional parks. And the city of Port Townsend maintains about 3 miles of primary trails that are suitable for lower mobility access. The Kumper Wildlife Corridor acts as a field classroom for local schools and nature-focused groups like the Rain Shadow Bird Alliance, Cedar Root Folk School, and many others. And the Land Trust is an active partner with the Jamestown S'Klallam Tribe and the Port Gamble S'Klallam Tribes on various conservation initiatives and welcomes the tribal harvest of plant materials in the Kumper Wildlife Corridor. For more than 14 years, Jefferson Land Trust has offered K-12 environmental education programming at no cost to local schools. The elementary, middle, and high schools that we serve in the Port Townsend School District are all highlighted in blue here, and all are located within a 1-mile radius of the Kumper Wildlife Corridor. The Land Trust's no-cost education programming includes busing students to and from the Kumper Wildlife Corridor for field trips that connect with classroom learning and enables all participating students to access high-quality, place-based learning and connection with nature. This is an image of some high school students learning about forest health concepts in the Kumper Wildlife Corridor as part of their AP Environmental Science curriculum. In 2026, local schools are facing significant budget cuts, including a loss of $90,000 toward outdoor learning. In the wake of this reduction and other challenges, the Land Trust's role in ensuring that students continue to have access to educational experiences outdoors is becoming ever more important. In addition to wildlife habitat and public access opportunities, the Kumper Wildlife Corridor provides natural water quality and quantity regulation that benefits the surrounding urban area. And as the forests of the Kumper Wildlife Corridor mature over time, they sequester carbon and promote ecological resilience to the intensifying storms, flooding, fire, and heat impacts that we're seeing more and more with climate change. Management of the Kumper Wildlife Corridor is governed by our joint management plan with the City of Port Townsend, originally published in 2008 and recently internally updated in 2026. And because the Kumper Wildlife Corridor is this continually expanding collection of protected properties, addenda will be continually added to the current management plan to reflect each new acquisition going forward. The overall desired future condition of the Kumper Wildlife Corridor is a structurally and species diverse forest that continues to provide refuge for wildlife and is able to resist and recover from disturbance now and into the future. Stewardship activities to help achieve these desired future conditions in the Kumper Wildlife Corridor include noxious weeds control, selective thinning for forest health, retention of snags and coarse woody debris, and regular monitoring to assess habitat function. In recent years, Jefferson Land Trust has conducted approximately 9 acres of habitat and climate resilience enhancement activities on protected properties in the Kumper Wildlife Corridor, including selective thinning and creation of habitat piles and surrogate nurse logs, supported by funds from the Department of Natural Resources Service Forestry Program. We plan to seek additional funding in the future for ongoing forest and wetland health work as needed. Forest and wetland health assessments conducted every 5 to 10 years, plus auditory bird monitoring supported by the Cornell Lab of Ornithology, may reveal future habitat needs that our management can respond to. Stewardship activities associated with this grant request will primarily include boundary marking and updates to our welcome signage, stewardship plan addenda, as I mentioned, and removal of any noxious weeds. And in general, management of the Kumper Wildlife Corridor is accomplished by our amazing staff, AmeriCorps members, and our strong base of volunteers. Jefferson Land Trust is a nationally accredited organization and already monitors nearly 300 acres in the Kumper Wildlife Corridor project area. We have decades of experience in the stewardship needs of this project site and have already allocated resources to support short-term and perpetual stewardship expenses. So to summarize, the Kumper Wildlife Corridor project area is a 3.5-mile forested landscape encompassing connected wetlands and providing habitat to a diversity of wildlife amidst a rapidly developing urban growth area. Building upon 30 years of local partnerships and bolstered by strong community support, Jefferson Land Trust seeks to strategically acquire and protect 11.3 acres of forested properties and 14.2 acres of forested rights-of-way to expand connectivity between protected habitats and to preserve public trails. The threat of development in this growing urban area adds urgency to this work that, if successful, will protect the Kumper Wildlife Corridor's continued ability to provide valuable refuge for wildlife and meaningful recreation and education opportunities for our community. We're grateful for past RCO grants that have helped us make significant headway in this effort so far, especially in the past few years, and are ready to bring this momentum to phase 3 of the Kumper Wildlife Corridor project. Thanks so much. Any questions?
Thank you so much, Marlo. Good presentation. And you are right on time. Very nice. I'm going to go ahead and take controls back. We will hand it over to our advisory committee members for any comments or feedback. Misha, I saw you unmuted yourself. Go right ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Marlo, for your presentation. I'm wondering about how difficult it would be to acquire the different sections. So my understanding is in the phase 3 area, there are multiple landowners. Have you already gotten agreements from them to buy the individual land parcels and to get the easements as well? So that's one of my questions. My other question is, my understanding is the western section of the corridor is still in private land and it's not being acquired for public use. The one bordering the shoreline, if I'm understanding correctly. What happens if that area gets developed? How would it impact the connectivity of the whole corridor, and what impacts would it have on the conservation of the section on the section that's phase 3? So I would love to see that addressed as well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Misha. Any other comments or feedback for Marlo? Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, I was saving because I didn't have any suggestions for improvement. But I just wanted to say that sequence of slides at the beginning, the maps, and you pulled this and then you layer it on and you layer it on. That was really effective for me. So kudos for that.
Thanks. Great feedback, Kevin. Thank you for that. One thing I will kind of mention that's you've seen this a couple of times, but it's really clear on this one where there is a really clear project area for the larger wildlife corridor. But then you'll notice here, there's the geographic envelope, and then they have very specific properties that are identified within the geographic envelope in subsequent slides that they want to acquire. The beauty of a geographic envelope is it also provides the ability to adapt as landowners become willing. They can pivot from one property to another to be more responsive within that geographic envelope. So, and for a project like this, Marlo, where you have so many little individual pieces of property, that's a really good strategy, having that geographic envelope. So, Heather, go right ahead.
I thank you. I thought your presentation was really well delivered and really strong visually. So I could really feel what it's like to be there. So I really appreciate that. And these maps are also really helpful. I just had curiosity of you, and I'm trying to remember which slide it was where you had sort of the numbers of species. You had some about species of concern, which I know is what we're asking for in the criteria. But with the diversity that you have, where you also spoke to additional ones that was a pretty robust population, and I wanted to know more about that. Like, how was that documented? And could you give more information on the overall profile that shows the whole mix of diversity there, in addition to these species of concern and some of the snapshots you gave on like the cougars, which was really cool. I know from there, and like they do really good work, so that was really fun to see that they were involved in this as well. Did that make sense? You know, just adding more detail to that species. Okay.
Thanks so much, Heather. Absolutely. Yeah. Really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Heather. Any other comments or feedback for Marlo before we set her free? All right. It was great to see you, Marlo. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you for evaluation.
Likewise. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you. All right. And we are at our last break for the afternoon. We will come back at 3:30 for our last project, which is Bainbridge Island. And then we'll wrap up for the day. That'll be our last project. So we'll see you back here at 3:30. Hello, Morgan.
Hi, how's it going?
Great. How are you doing?
Good. Thanks so much for having me today.
Yeah, you bet. So we are advisory committee members are on a quick break, and I'll go ahead and get you set up just a couple minutes early so that way we can get started right at 3:30.
Awesome. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. All right, so we'll go ahead and get you set up. Morgan, I'm assuming I'm going to hand controls over to you.
Yeah, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Great, you bet. All right, I will reshare my screen, make sure this is the correct, looks right. How's that look?
Looks awesome.
Great. All right, so we will go ahead. We still have a couple of minutes. We'll just make sure that all the advisory committee members are back in.
Great.
This was our last break of the afternoon. So this is our last project over these last 2 days. So
Well, thank you for hanging in there with us until the very.
thank you. Love to see all the projects coming through.
Awesome.
All right, so I am going to go ahead and work on handing controls over to you so we can get started right at 3:30.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome. And you should have controls now if you want to just move your cursor around or. There we go. I can see your cursor, so you should have controls now. Yep.
There we go.
Left is how you can advance. Some are also advancing with keyboard. That has been working for some, not for others.
Okay.
But there's always those little arrows at the bottom.
Great.
So it looks like if you want to go ahead and try advancing just to make sure you do. Awesome. All right, so we'll go ahead and get started. It's 3:30. Welcome back, advisory committee members. Thank you again. This is our last project for the day. We've got Morgan here from Bainbridge Island Metro Parks and Rec District, and we are all set up. And Morgan, just a reminder, we've got 20 minutes set aside for the presentation, then 10 minutes with the advisory committee. I'll go ahead and keep track of time, and I'll hand it over to you. Good luck.
Great. Well, thank you guys so much. I really appreciate you hanging in till the very last presentation of the day. My name is Morgan Hauk. I'm the Natural Resource Manager here at Bainbridge Island Metro Parks. And I'm excited to share with you guys our proposal for the Meigs Park Urban Wildlife Access as a part of the Urban Wildlife Habitat category. So just to start orienting y'all to where we are in Washington State, you can see that little red dot down in Puget Sound within this big, large map of Washington State. And as we jump down in, here's Bainbridge Island a little bit closer. And this is a really good perspective of our proximity to the greater Seattle, Tacoma, as well as Bremerton metro areas, where we're really tied into a lot of urban areas, as well as connected quite closely to the Olympic Peninsula. So driving in a little bit closer still, you can start to see where Meigs Park may be here on Bainbridge Island in the center part of our island. And you can see the access that we have to Seattle through the Washington State ferries, as well as a very small bridge off of the north side of Bainbridge Island into Kitsap County. And zooming all the way in now until the center part of Bainbridge Island, this little red dot is hovering over Meigs Park. And I just want to take note on this slide of a lot of green space, some developed areas, but a heck of a lot of green that happens to occur still across the center of Bainbridge Island, and some important Puget Sound habitat, particularly around Manitou Beach and Murden Cove in the far right bottom of the slide. And continuing on, I'll just note the orientation of this map shifts. So north is now to your left, not at the top of the screen, but we're all the way down in now on Meigs Park, which is a 97-acre park adjacent to State Highway 305. The red dot indicates the boundary of the park. The blue dots within the park and running outside of the park are actually a designated wetland delineation that I'll share a lot more about as the presentation goes on. And here you can see some of the long-term proposed infrastructure and some of the infrastructure that currently exists on the site. So why are we here? What are our project goals and objectives with this Meigs Park project? The goals for the part of this project that are encapsulated within our grant proposal are to increase access, sustainable access to Meigs Park, while reducing impacts to the sensitive wetland habitats that exist here. The way that we plan to do that is with improving some of the trails that already exist on site, making them more accessible, installing an elevated boardwalk, which will be attached to a wildlife viewing platform, and several different interpretive features to share with folks more about the history of the site, as well as its current ecological functions. So diving into the meat of our proposal, I'm going to share a bit more about criteria 1, the ecological and biological characteristics of the site. Meigs Park, as I mentioned, is in total 97 acres. It encapsulates all sorts of different wildlife habitats, which I'll go into a little bit more on the next slide, as well as fish-bearing and riparian habitats with Meigs Creek, both within the park and outside of the park. And all of this connects downstream to Murden Cove, which is an important estuarine and marine wetland attached to Puget Sound. So I love this map from the Washington Natural Heritage Program's Ecological Integrity Assessment because it really shows Meigs Park and its proximity to all the different habitats that you may remember from my previous slide, all that green. But what's really important to note here is the quality of the habitat in Meigs Park. You can see a lot of green and blue, which indicates excellent and good habitat. So we're really focusing on maintaining and restoring habitat that's already in really, really good shape here on Bainbridge Island. I know this is a busy slide and I could present for more than 20 minutes on every single bullet point on this slide, but the point of this is really just to highlight the community partnerships around the monitoring of the plant and animal species that we know to exist or expect to exist within Meigs Park. We're really lucky to partner with the Woodland Park Zoo to do annual bat monitoring within Meigs Park. The Bainbridge Island Land Trust, who's a key partner in this project, conducts camera trap surveys every few years and notes the incredible biodiversity within Meigs Park. We are a part of a regional organization called CROAK, which is one of my favorite acronyms, to do citizen science amphibian monitoring, and they expanded into Meigs Park this last year. And then, of course, with the help of the City of Bainbridge Island, their contractors, state and federal partners, we really have a lot of information about the watershed that Meigs Park resides within, as well as across the island, and the importance that that has on Puget Sound habitat for shellfish, coho, and residential cutthroat trout. And of course, I have to include some awesome pictures from the 2020-19 camera trap survey, including this awesome beaver down here doing something wily, I'm sure, in the nighttime. So it's a fun group of pictures. We have lots of them. And this slide is just to reflect the species and habitats with special status. This is also included in our written application. There are several wetland habitats noted here, as well as riparian areas, all of which help support the coho and resident cutthroat trout that are known to exist within the watershed and expected to exist within the park. And thanks to our partnership with the Woodland Park Zoo, we're able to identify 3 bat species that are listed as state species of concern in Washington state. Now, swinging the environmental pendulum sort of the other direction, we do know that there are also noxious weed species present within Meigs Park. All of these are under management through our active invasive pest management program that's implemented by our Natural Resources Department here. I love that this application calls out specifically pollinator habitat within our proposal, especially because Meigs Park is a really, really wonderful site for pollinators here on Bainbridge Island. We do host invasive species, but we also host a really healthy understory community of native shrubs and wildflowers like willow, fringe cup, osoberry. We have a canopy that really is dominated by deciduous trees, including big leaf maple, which is known to be very important for our native mason bee populations. And of course, we have many old growth snags, bare undisturbed soil, and water sources for pollinators within this wetland habitat. So this is one of my favorite maps that we have of Bainbridge Island, and this is focused in on Meigs Park and the central part of Bainbridge Island. But our Bainbridge Island Land Trust developed a conservation values index that was last updated in 2022 to help them with their island-wide land acquisition and easement planning. Anywhere that you see in this map that is darkest is of highest conservation value. And remember back to that original slide that I showed with all the green spaces running across it again. A lot of the parks, or a lot of the dark areas are those green spaces within this map. And any property line that's outlined in blue, yellow, or green are protected in some way. So they're either owned by the park district and have a conservation easement on them with the Bainbridge Island Land Trust. They're owned by a private property owner and have an easement with the land trust, or they may be owned outright by the Bainbridge Island Land Trust. And it's important to note that all of these little squares add up to over 540 acres of contiguous wildlife habitat and passive use recreation opportunities for Bainbridge Islanders. And Meigs Park is a key part of that connectivity. Now, there are multiple land uses around the park, some of which we've talked about, but I wanted to highlight in particular State Highway 305 and some of the improvements that have occurred along that highway for the riparian habitat upstream in Meigs Park. Several years ago, the Washington State Department of Transportation replaced a fish passage barrier underneath State Highway 305 with a lovely bridge that you can see in the pictures to the left. And all of this opened up more than 1.5 miles of fish-bearing stream up creek from Murden Cove, part of which is encapsulated within Meigs Park. So this contiguous connection now of this fish-bearing habitat has really allowed the park's ecosystem services to enhance aquifer recharge, downstream water quality, and all sorts of other important resources for Puget Sound and the fish that rely on these freshwater resources. So moving on now to criteria 2, planning and community support. Really since before the park was even purchased in 1992, local, regional, and state planning has focused on wetland habitats like Meigs Park, and in many cases, Meigs Park in particular. I'll highlight a couple, specifically our Park District's 2026 comprehensive planning process, where the community told us that access to water resources for passive use recreation was of highest importance to them, as well as active management of our natural areas and environmental education, all well linked in this proposal that we have for you for the Meigs Park development. And our City of Bainbridge Island has done significant amounts of planning that include watershed prioritization, climate action planning, and then of course our freshwater resources are directly linked to their ARPA planning as well. Through all of this planning and monitoring, it has become apparent that Meigs Park has many pressures upon its wetland ecosystems, specifically invasive species pressures, soil and vegetation damage in its wetland habitat from social trails, and all of these things need active management from our park system. Thankfully, we are well set up to do that thanks to the conservation easement that the Bainbridge Island Land Trust holds on the property, as well as it being surrounded by private and publicly protected natural spaces. So on to criteria 3, the community benefit and public access to Meigs Park. I'll just circle back again to highlight the goal of this project, which is to improve access to this site while protecting its important wildlife habitat and wetland ecosystems. And we're going to do that in 3 ways that I will share a little bit more about in the next couple of slides. Current access to the site is important to highlight. There are 2 small parking areas at the north end and the south end of the park, connecting it to neighborhoods, schools, and transit routes, including a bus stop just in the northeast corner of the park. But maybe most interestingly is Meigs Park is the future site of a very small section of the Sound to Olympic Trail, which is a broader effort to connect the Seattle metropolitan area to the Olympic Peninsula via a multimodal trail. So we will have much easier access in the future for visitors and island residents alike to access Meigs Park without a car, which is very exciting. We hope that this project will be able to serve underserved communities here on the island, including folks with mobility challenges. Again, this was something highlighted in our comprehensive planning process through outreach to the community. When we spoke about our levels of service, it was really important to our community that some of these important natural environments are made more accessible to community members who may use wheelchairs or have other accessibility issues. And we really hope that through providing access, our community's youth, through the citizen science, volunteer, and job training opportunities that we already offer, will be able to access Meigs Park and the wildlife resources that are already there. The site provides many benefits, which I've already shared quite a bit about. And our goal is to provide durable infrastructure for our community to be able to sustainably access all of these areas with a general goal of balancing ecosystem services for our freshwater ecology, the moderation of water temperatures in Murden Cove, while allowing passive recreation like wildlife viewing, citizen science, and walking and hiking through the site. So our development planning for the site really started, again, before it was purchased. The park was purchased in 1992 when it was called Meigs Farm. We purchased the property as a community, actually partially with RCO funding back in the 90s, which we leveraged with significant amount of community funding over the years to be able to put together all of the parcels into the almost 100-acre site that currently exists there. The development plan you're currently looking at includes some existing trails, some proposed new trails, as well as the boardwalk features that I've shared a bit about. But this project proposal is focusing on this small circle right here to install our very first of potentially 3 boardwalks and wildlife viewing bird blinds. So we would do 100 feet of trail improvement, 100 feet of boardwalk and a bird blind, as well as interpretive features, all hopefully within 2028 and 2029. Now, last but not least, the ongoing management and stewardship of the site, criteria 4. So this is a lovely picture of some of our team conservation crews in one of our job training programs. So the ongoing stewardship and management needs of the site will include management of the boardwalk and bird blind, trails, vegetation, and ongoing monitoring of the habitat. We hope that by designing a durable, low-impact boardwalk and bird blind using fiberglass decking, as well as helical piles, we'll be able to reduce maintenance needs of the trails that are already on site that are in wet areas and generally not particularly sustainable. Trail surface repairs, brushing, and social trail closures are ongoing activities on the site already. And we will continue with the invasive species management and native plantings that occur on site, as well as the partnerships that we have for ongoing monitoring and citizen science activities. I love to think about the big picture and this desired future condition of the site, where really our native vegetation and the wildlife that are associated with them are thriving alongside these passive use activities, allowing our community to deepen their engagement in the conservation and restoration of this site. We are working hard as a district to better understand the maintenance needs of our trails, our over 50 miles of trails and the infrastructure associated with them, as was called out in our comprehensive planning process. So we'll have a really good understanding of future needs for the financial future needs for maintenance of the site as we continue that process. Restoration needs on the site I've touched on briefly, but of course, closure and revegetation of the unsustainable trails and social trails that exist on the site are necessary. as well as ongoing invasive species management and monitoring. And all of these things are ongoing and will continue into the future using Park District general funds, possible future CIP funding. We receive a lot of donations through our Parks and Trails Foundation and other nonprofit partners, as well as seeking out other grant opportunities. Now, last but not least, I just get to brag a little bit about how amazing our Natural Resources Department is and the capacity that we have to care for this infrastructure and the Meigs Park property. Our team, our small but mighty team of 5 full-time staff, currently manage 1,400 acres of open space and more than 50 miles of trails. We hire seasonal staff throughout the year of 4 to 5 trails crew members who would help maintain and build trails in the site, as well as over 50 teenagers of all abilities through our Student Conservation Corps and Neurodiverse Student Conservation Corps programming. And they primarily do invasive species management throughout the summer in our parks. You want a wild afternoon, you hang out with them. It's pretty fun. And I would be remiss not to mention the thousands of volunteer hours that are contributed annually in trail maintenance, our garden areas, as well as our open space parks. All of these things are funded, all of our staff are funded through our Park District General Fund, and we seek both a combination of our general funds, grants, and longtime community partner contributions to help fund our seasonal staff programs. So thank you so much for taking the time to hear a bit more, very rapid fire, about our Meigs Park development plans. And we look forward to answering any questions and getting any feedback that you all may have.
Yeah, indeed, rapid fire. Nice presentation, Morgan. Thank you. And you still have about 2.5 minutes left.
Excellent.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and take controls back here, and we will turn it over to the advisory committee for comments and feedback.
Great, thank you.
So, you bet. Anyone from the advisory committee? This is our only development only project in these categories. Go ahead, Kevin, and then Joe.
Hi, yeah, thank you. At least for me, this is one of the better presentations we've seen in terms of the slides. We've had discussions about how much we differ in opinions on the committee about how much text we need on the slides versus how much graphics. And for me, at any rate, you nailed right down the middle perfectly. So thank you for that. One little nit comment was on, I think it was slide 16. I don't know if you can grab that, Karen, or, but anyway, I think it was one of the map ones, but on the early slides, in the intro slides, you had this nice little pin to drop the location of the park. And I kept trying to find it on there. So, anyway,
on this one here,
16.
16. Let's get over there. Maybe easier to just do this.
Yeah, that one. I think you sort of pointed at it with the cursor, but it would just be clarifying that we'd have to sort of follow, because when we're looking here, it's pretty small and sometimes we can't follow the cursor. That's not a big comment. My more substantive suggestion would be, you talked you said some nice things earlier on in the presentation about education and science stuff and croak and all that, which I thought was cool. The place that I think that we actually, or at least I actually score that in the under the criterion is under criterion 3. So I would encourage you to either reinforce that educational and scientific stuff under criterion 3 or move it there or whatever works best for you. So otherwise, thank you. I enjoyed this one.
Great, thank you so much. That's great feedback.
Yeah, that's really good feedback, Kevin. And the advisory committee members are sitting here for 2 days scoring projects. So yeah, having like articulate the answer, even if it feels a little bit duplicative, is super helpful. So good feedback, Kevin. Joe, go right ahead.
Hi, Morgan. Thanks so much for the presentation. First, kudos for using the Natural Heritage Level 1 EIA data for demonstrating overall quality. I was super excited to see that. And data to populate the species table, and that actually Natural Heritage. So what I would encourage you to do is go back to the manual guidance, and there's a link for recommended, how to use the Natural Heritage data, and pay attention to step 1. And step 1 will tell you, I know it can be kind of confusing when you get to the Data Explorer. I'm assuming that's where you went. And there's 2 buttons at the top. One leads you to the EIA data, which you used, and you used it appropriately in the presentation. That was great. And so that's perfect. It's just in the species table. It's a different button at the top you want to select and look at to look for rare species or ecosystems. So, and also I think you referenced priority habitats for some of the ecosystem types. That's actually a Department of Fish and Wildlife designation, not a Natural Heritage designation. So just take a look at that and review that too. So thanks again.
Great, thank you.
Great. Did you get all that, Morgan?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
I'm writing rapid fire.
Great. All right. Any other comments or feedback for Morgan? All right. Seeing none, Morgan, thank you so much. Oh, we got one more hand. Mary, go right ahead.
I don't really have too much feedback because I thought it was a great presentation. I did want to give you kudos for all the outreach that you guys do.
Oh, thank you.
For me, as I look through, as we spent the last 3 days listening to these presentations, I just think that's an area that is one of the most important as we work with, a lot of these groups, and especially outreach with kids and stuff to kind of bring them more into this field of natural resources. So thank you.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that.
Great. Thank you for that, Mary. Good emphasis on that. All right. Any other comments or feedback? All right. Morgan, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you at evaluation.
Thank you. I appreciate your guys' support.
Thank you. All right. And that concludes our technical review. I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing the screen here. And that wraps up technical review for projects applied in 2026 for the Washington Wildlife and Recreation Program in both the critical habitat and urban wildlife habitat grant categories, where this technical advisory committee reviewed 12 critical habitat and 9 urban wildlife habitat projects over the course of 2 days. I want to thank all the applicants for joining us, and I especially want to thank each and every one of you on the advisory committee for joining us, and we can't do this work without you. So thank you all. We will sign off on the YouTube. So bear with